Point 2.01, 2.01, and board, we have I would like to make a motion, please, for 0.21, motion to approve the resolution appointing Mr. Jerry Zagrabic as the interim treasurer. First of all, would you like to take them all together? Okay. So once again, the motion to approve a resolution appointing Mr. Jerry Zagrabic as the interim treasurer. Also, we have a motion to approve the resolution appointing the Mr. William Parkinson as interim treasurer. And then we have a motion to approve the contract between Mr. William Parkinson, treasurer, and the Board of Education. There's a motion on the table.
So moved. For a second.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Tinch. Questions or comments?
Mr. President, I did not get made the motion.
I made a motion,
Thank you, sir.
and then Mr. Tinch second. Okay. No questions or comments? Please call the roll.
Mrs. Patterson?
Aye.
Mr. Tench?
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mrs. Boynton?
Aye.
Mr. Stevens?
Aye. Thank you, board members, for the motion and the approval of the gentleman. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Going down to the audience participation, 3.01, audience participation. We have quite a few, from my understanding. So I'm going to have Mr. Myers, our technology director, to oversee the audience participation. And once again, audience, please be very cognizant of the 3-minute time period, especially since we have so many calls to come in. And we're going to go from there, Mr. Myers. So whenever you're ready, who do we have first?
We're just going to take them down the list as they came in.
Okay,
First is Trish Duncan.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Trish Duncan.
Oh, hi, Jane.
Hello, you are now live with the Bedford Board of Education.
Could you have Ms. Duncan hold on 1 minute, please?
Jane. Good evening.
Ms.
President
Duncan, can you
Ms.
hold on
Duncan?
1 second?
of the board.
Hold on 1 minute. So, boy, you already see, you should see each caller here, and it has a description of what they're calling for. So, as you can see, Ms. Duncan has questions or concerns regarding return to the school options. So, go right ahead, Ms. Duncan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you, Mr. Stevens, on the board. Fellow members of the cabinet, thank you for the time this evening. I come to you not only as a teacher, but also as the president of the Bedford Education Teachers Association. My concern is not about returning to work. I know that shocks you, but teachers are in no way opposed to returning to work, providing that our students and our staff can return under the maximum of protection that offers the least amount of risk. Through no fault of Bedford or any district, in my opinion, I don't believe that our district can create a safe framework in reducing the level of risk to a safe level. There are so many hurdles in creating that framework that Bedford simply just can't jump. Financially, architecturally, in the terms of space for our kids, distancing, adequate workforce, proper training, proper consistent levels of PPEs, just name a few. I've asked many questions of Dr. Selico, which I know you're aware of, and I currently am awaiting those answers. Questions that I truly feel probably should have already had answers at this point. It concerns me that we don't have those answers yet. We cannot provide the maximum level of protection. And I'm not looking for the minimum level. I'm also not looking for a mediocre level. Our students, our staff, our families deserve the maximum level of protection. There shouldn't be a debate about that. It's impossible to offer maximum protection because no one can agree on exactly how this virus is working. If it were, we wouldn't be at level red in Cuyahoga County, and Bedford would not be deemed a hotspot for the coronavirus. Provide us with the proof of maximum protection for all. Provide us with every possible safeguard that exists. Provide us with the same sense of security, the same sense that you want us to provide our students when they're in our classroom, in a place that's supposed to be a safe haven. I know we can't eliminate all risks, and it would be ridiculous to think that I'm asking that. But my expectation is that all of our students and teachers, that we provide every safeguard known to reduce that risk. I just don't think that we have the people, supplies, and ability to do that. As I close, I know how important schools are to our families and to our kids. But I want to leave you with this quote from an Arizona school superintendent who has 3 teachers recently come down with COVID. The learning can be made up, but the lives will never be brought back. I ask that you think wisely when you're deciding how and when to bring our children back and our teachers into our building. And thank you for listening to me tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Thank you very much.
Next on the list, we have Amanda St. Clair.
Hi, James.
Hi, Billy, you're now live with the Bedford Board of Education.
Sorry, I'm gonna close my computer.
Yeah, if you could turn your audio down in the back, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, got it, thanks. Hi, everybody, I'm Amanda St. Clair. I'm a teacher over at Carrollwood. I just wanted to make a quick statement, and I thank you very much for hearing me. The media suggests that children are at a much lower risk of contracting COVID. So opening schools should be a safe idea for kids, which is true in theory. But as a parent of a medically fragile child, I spend a lot of time with pediatric doctors, and I assure you that I ask a lot of questions. The reality is that most children, especially healthy children, may not show symptoms of the virus or only do so for a very short time. They can show signs of recovery quickly. Unfortunately, children can still be contagious without showing symptoms, in some cases for weeks. So here's my fear, is that an educator and staff, the educators and staff may unknowingly be bringing this awful virus home to their children, parents, and grandparents. I also have a medically fragile grandparent with cancer as well. Same goes for the families of all of our students in our district. The virus may be going home with all of them as well. And as we know, a lot of our students are raised by grandparents. So I hope that every measure possible is being taken to protect the health and safety of all of us. I just don't think the politicians are covering all of the bases. That is it for me. I just want to make sure that we're all being taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. St. Clair. Thank you very much.
Okay, next on the list is Doug Dressman.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My concern also is with return to school. Would have by now liked to have known what the plan was. I was hoping to hear that before, because I had some more specific questions in terms of what the which plan we were going to follow, and there were some questions to that. So I guess I will make this short. I think the first two calls, I think you've heard that there is a deep concern about the well-being and safety of the students and the staff in the buildings. I think the big thing is that we follow what the CDC guidelines are and what the officials are saying. And what concerns me is some of that, whether it's coming out from Columbus, is that these are what we recommend, but if you can't do them, do it best of your ability. I don't think that serves our students or our staff well. I hope put in policy that all students are wearing masks, that it's required, that we follow the social distancing practice, keep everybody safe. And I thank everybody for their hard work. I know there was committees that were working. I was on a couple of those. Unfortunately, I did not see follow through with that. With those committees, so I'm not sure where they're at with that. But appreciate your commitment to this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dressman. Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Jennifer Walters.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you tonight. I'm a language arts teacher at Heskett and have been since 2008. 6 years ago, life and responsibilities moved me out to Lorraine County. When people find out where I live and where I work, they often look at me incredulously and ask why in the world I would make that near hour commute twice a day. And I always tell them that it is because Bedford is a great place to work. We have the best students, families, staff, educators, administrators, and leaders. Bedford is my second home, and Heskett is family. I don't know what tonight's proposed plans look like yet, but I do want to share that my success in the classroom, that all of our successes in the classroom, starts with proximity. It is cooperative learning. It is individual writing conferences. It is reteaching a skill with a small group. It is crouching down next to students to help them on their Chromebooks. It is students getting up and moving about the room. I cannot imagine telling the children that they must remain seated and stay physically away from each other and me at all times. I know that I cannot do my job effectively hiding behind my desk and a piece of plexiglass. I also know that I cannot do my job effectively in a constant state of fear. I would never forgive myself if one of my students or a member of their family got sick somehow due to me or my classroom environment. That fear will undoubtedly affect my choices and instructional methodology this school year. I also know that I am scared due to my own underlying health condition of what this virus could do to me. I am saddened that I will have to distance myself from my immunocompromised husband, and I worry about when I will be able to hug my aging parents again. Science and health experts are telling us that Cuyahoga County currently has very high exposure and spread, that we should stay home, limit activities as much as possible, and stay away from groups, especially indoors. How then do we safely reopen? Are we strictly enforcing 6 feet of social distance in our buildings and buses? Will students be masked to protect the more vulnerable adults around them? Are we investing in PPE for every child and for every adult? The World Health Organization released a statement this afternoon that the virus is transmitted in an airborne fashion when indoors. Are we purchasing the most advanced air filtration equipment possible to improve the ventilation and air quality in our buildings? I think I speak for everyone when I say I want our schools to open more than anything, that we need to get back into the classroom. I don't pretend to know the answers. However, we must do this safely or we can't at all. Spread is much more rampant now than it was in March, and there hasn't been much progress in terms of tools and therapeutics. There is so much we don't yet know about this virus and the long-term effects of getting it. In my mind, the loss of one life is far too many. Thank you for your consideration of all of our safety and well-being as you make these important decisions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walters. Thank you very much.
All right, next on the list, we have Mary Pumper.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I don't want to repeat what's been said before, but I do echo much of the concern that I've heard. In my heart, I know that the best place for students to be educated is in the classroom and in person. However, given the insurmountable, I believe, circumstances that we have, I have major concerns about our health and well-being. If by chance we were back in school in person, I'm concerned about testing. If testing is an option or if testing should be done, I'm concerned about the asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic spread that we have going on right now. Would testing be a part of our protocol? And if so, would there be those kinds of tests available to us and to students perhaps, so that we can effectively mitigate some of this? I'm just concerned about that, and in general, again, I don't want to have to repeat everything that's been said before, but I'm wondering if testing would be available and if that would be a part. And with that, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Pomper. Thank you very much.
All right, coming up next, we have Cheryl Tinsky.
I know we don't have a decision yet of how we will be returning to work, but in the event that we are back to school in the classroom, I'm extremely concerned about the classrooms that do not have air conditioning. Even when we go back to school in a normal year, it's extremely warm. When we go back to school wearing masks, having 25 kids in the classroom, it's going to be very warm, and I'm afraid of everybody's safety. From what I understand, there's a safety issue with using fans because it could possibly blow the virus around. If there's a lack of air circulation, it's going to be extremely warm in those classrooms. I'm also concerned about the lack of substitutes in our district. At the elementary level, we often have to split classes when there are no subs. We can potentially have up to 35 kids in one classroom. That can certainly be a problem when it comes to social distancing. And especially in the upcoming year, we're probably going to have even more so lack of substitutes. Okay, that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, next on the list we have Valia Saud. All right, moving along, we have Danielle Brzezinski. We'll keep things moving to Jennifer Paz.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for your time and commitment to our students. I agree with the previous callers as they have made some very good points. I have questions, and here are a few of them. If we return to an in-school environment, I'm curious how we will conduct contact tracing within our school community, and how will positive cases be addressed while maintaining confidentiality for our students and for our staff members. Will we close down individual classrooms if there were a positive case, or would it be entire buildings? Would staff and students be notified? Will schools close for a 14-day period for a quarantine and work remotely? How would those positive case scenarios be addressed? So that's my number one concern. And then secondly, I was curious about will staff members have the opportunity to request to work remotely, specifically if they have health conditions that make them more vulnerable to COVID. I know other districts have considered this option and have that for their staff members, and was curious if this was something that our district would be considering as well. I know you do not have all the answers to all the questions that we will be, asking, but, as we think about the scenarios that happen, I just appreciate your time for all of us and our safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paz. Thank you very much.
Okay, coming up next is McKenna Foy.
Hi, Jane. I would like to take a moment. Hi, Jane. Let me mute myself. I would like to take a moment to thank the school board and the administration the opportunity to have our voices and concerns be heard. On behalf of students, staff, and family, I thank you. I would like to focus my ideas and questions to the unique needs of special educators, the students of special education, and all of the paraprofessionals and support staff who work tirelessly and directly with those students in the case of reopening. There is nothing I want more to be back in the classroom with my students and to do so safely and with the utmost consideration for the health and safety of all. For the staff and support staff, will there be additional PPE provided by the district, such as masks, face shields? Is the dress code going to be relaxed in order to accommodate for PPE such as scrubs or other utility work clothes such as smocks or clothing coverings. To accommodate that this particular group of students will require direct assistance with things such as feeding, toileting, basic care tests, activities aligned with IEP goals, as well as the additional cleaning measures that may be taken on by staff in order to promote our safety. The changing of clothes would allow staff to have direct work with different students, but also protect their own household and their family. Will there be additional provisions in place for toileting procedures, as it's not always appropriate to demand that our students follow a daily routine bathroom schedule? What provisions will be in place for the protection of our paraprofessionals? Will their duties be changed and outlined for them to accommodate additional cleaning of the classroom? Will there be individual sensory materials and manipulatives provided to be assigned to individual students, such as weighted sensory pads, fidget, tactile items? Currently, many students share classroom sets, which is fine in a typical environment that's provided by teachers of the district, but we know this is an atypical time. I'm also concerned about student access to gross motor activities as prescribed by occupational therapists and our own knowledge of student needs. Can they utilize things such as therapeutic swings, crash pads? Will the playground be open for them? We know they need it. We believe the highest quality education that can be provided here in Bedford City Schools is for all students, and that all items will be taken into consideration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All right, next on the list is Heather Gansler.
Thank you all for your time this evening. I appreciate your time. I'm Heather Gansler. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Central Primary, and I just want to share a few things with you this evening. We want to come back to school and to our children, but we are afraid. On July 9th, 2020, this is not an easy endeavor. COVID-19 is raging on across the U.S., in Ohio, and Cuyahoga County, and even in Bedford, Ohio. It's kind of scary at this moment, as I'm sure you're all well aware. And it's not just adults that are getting sick with this COVID-19. Children are getting sick as well. I'm sure you're noticing from reading the news reports just like we are. As a teacher and as a parent, that is terrifying that children are getting this too. I would never want to put any of our kids in harm's way. To think about putting children and teachers back in the classrooms with masks or without them is a perilous plan today. In the classroom is the best way to learn. I truly believe that, but only when we can make it safe for them to learn. If we all come back to our classrooms, it is just a matter of time before we have confirmed or presumed COVID-19 cases and have to start making alternative plans for everyone. These 14-day quarantines that they're talking about are a logistical nightmare for families, for children, for teachers. Trying to find needed subs or trying to split classes in a socially distanced manner is extremely challenging. As a kindergarten teacher, I have struggled all summer with what I think is truly best for our incoming class. I want them to love school like I do, like I love school. They have long educational journeys ahead of them. Resuming in-person instruction will mean their teachers will wear masks all day, and their friends will be socially distanced. Their educational experience will be completely different than every other class I've ever had. Please make these decisions wisely. We are all depending on you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next on the list is Carla Everhart.
Hey, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Well, first off, I just want to say that I am very, very interested to hear what plans Bedford has for the students and staff this coming fall. But what I'm really interested in is if we do indeed go back, what day-to-day precautions are going to be taken to ensure the safety of students and staff? Will we be having things such as temperature checks? What will be the protocol if we do indeed find that someone's outside of the range of those temperatures? What would be the process of the 14-day quarantine? And I'm sorry if this is repetitive, but it might just speak to the fact that these are really pressing concerns that we all have. I'm also concerned about the lack of subs. Before this pandemic hit, we were pressed to get subs into the classrooms. So now I'm extremely concerned about what the process will be for teachers that are out and how that will be handled, with the fact that we need to be socially distancing and taking precautions to stay safe. And that's really all that I have, but thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope that we can get some of these concerns addressed.
Thank you, Ms. Everhart. Thank you very much.
Next on the list, we have Bakara Robinson.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this evening. I'm Bakara Robinson, and I have been a proud health and physical education teacher in the Bedford City School District for 18 years. And in considering the reopening of school, I'm asking that you continue to work tirelessly to meet the needs of our students, teachers, parents, and administrators, that you consider, as you are considering meeting those needs, that you consider meeting the specific needs of our district's physical education department. I love what I do. I miss seeing the students. I know that the best place for them to be is in school, but I have numerous concerns for the safety of our students and staff. I teach a subject that is most effectively taught face-to-face and requires multiple forms of equipment. And with that, I'm just concerned about the use of equipment, locker rooms, spacing of students. If a student gets injured, how can I handle that safely? How can I keep them safe? And along with that comes the questions of how frequently will equipment need to be cleaned? Can students share equipment? Will students at Heskett and the high school still be required to change for class? How will students maintain social distancing in the locker rooms? How often will lockers need to be cleaned if they are used by multiple students? And along with that, because our classrooms are different than the traditional classroom and we have this large space, how are we going to be able to, where we're normally in a situation we can bring them into close proximity during instruction, that's going to be concerning in maintaining social distancing. So how can we keep our students safe from needing to project our voices, students being so spread out, whether we're inside or outside in a large area? Will we be provided with face shields? Will we be provided with microphones? Will we need to include the purchase of microphones or loud speaker systems or anything, just to be able to make sure our students can receive a quality education, that they all can hear and maintain social distancing in such a large area? So I thank you all for your time. I thank you for the efforts that you have put into our district, and please consider phys ed, as you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Thank you very much. We have reached, okay, we have reached the 30-minute, ruling based on the, community participation. But, board members, I think that it's imperative that we do have 1, 2, 3, 4 more people on the list.
There's actually 12 that have signed up since the meeting.
Well, this is where we're going to have to go with right now. And we do have, 4 more that's on our list. And I would like to, hear these 4, concerns, comments, or whatever, but I would like to get at least a motion to approve the last 4, and so that we can, because I think it's very important to hear what they have to say that's on this list. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Tench. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Okay. Okay, we have a second, by Ms. Boynton to continue, with our, community participation. Please call the roll, Mr. Zagrabic.
Questions?
Are there any questions, Ms.?
Yes, I thought you said before the meeting started that we weren't going to extend the time. Thought you said before the meeting that, we have 30 minutes and you're just going to go with the 30 minutes.
Well, I feel that we're going to these are valid in that we need to, address these last 4. So I did say that, so I'm going to change my mind with that.
Mr. President.
Yes.
James, did the additional people come on after the meeting started? After,
Okay, we're going to go right here where we have here,
Okay,
Mr.
that's
Tinch,
fine.
because we got quite a few. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. There was no other questions or comments. Please call the roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, motion passed 5-0. James, would you go ahead and continue, with the next one, please? Yes, the 4 names that you have listed, please.
All right, the remaining 4 names are Frank McGorty, Darnice Stevens, Jennifer Spate, and Candace Williams.
You have reached the voicemail box. Hello?
Hi, Darnice.
Yes.
You are now live with the Board of Education.
Okay, thank you. And again, we thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our concerns and our comments and questions to you. I am looking forward to hearing the presentation of how we will be reopening schools safely. Just like all of my colleagues, we know that children learn best in the classroom and look forward to a time when we will be able to teach them in person, but in a safe environment for all. In the presentation, I hope to hear how we as the staff will be protected from the students. And we understand that the governor has said that the teachers are required to wear masks, and we hope that you understand that those masks are only protecting the students from us. We're hoping that if we're not requiring the children to wear masks, there are some other forms you are considering, like barriers, portable air conditioning, as a way to keep us safe from them. Because at this point, with what the governor has said, they will be protected from us, but we will be at risk from 20 to 70 children throughout the day. Secondly, I'm hoping that if all 3 areas or options are presented, that we have to understand that there will be a need for each and every child to have their own individual Chromebook. Even if we are at school, there will probably come a time when we need to be at home. And unlike the spring, we need for each and every child to have access to technology at the same time, regardless of how many siblings are in the public and in the Bedford City School District. Now, the other piece that needs to be considered is a actual technological software program that aids the teacher in educating the children. It has been said that we are not looking forward to coming back to school, and I know that it's the contrary. We're just looking forward to how to do it safely and how to do it where all are gaining or is achieving the goal that is desired from the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, next up is Jennifer Spate.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, for Dr. Silico. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good evening. Good evening.
I am echoing many of the concerns that I've heard this evening. We all want to be back in the classroom. We want to be back to normal. But we have to consider the cost here of people's lives or even the quality of their lives. My concerns are primarily with kind of like our buildings and our HVAC systems and things of that nature. We know that we know our buildings are older. It's why we were trying to build new ones. Unfortunately, we're not at that point yet, which means that we're dealing with the systems that we have in place. We know that many of our classrooms do not have windows. We know that COVID is primarily spread during extended face-to-face contact indoors, especially in places with poor ventilation. That sounds like a school classroom, sounds like a hallway. We also know that this virus disproportionately affects people of color, and we know that is our predominant population as well. Cuyahoga County right now is approaching level 4 with no signs of the virus slowing down. A mask mandate for the county is currently being followed pretty loosely, even amongst adults. So the likelihood that it's effective for our students is slim. We all know that virtual learning leaves things to be desired. We miss face-to-face contact. It is difficult to build rapport and relationships with kids, and we all know that is the cornerstone of education. There's not a teacher around who would tell you they got into education just for the sake of whatever content area they teach. Like, we did it for the kids. But the reality is that we were caught unprepared in March with time and planning, and I think we could really change the way that virtual learning is perceived. This summer, I'm doing the Summer Bridge program, and our feedback from parents from daily live classes with students has been largely positive. For us to be able to go back to the classroom safely, I'm concerned about proper PPE for teachers and students. We know that many of our students do not have all the supplies and resources they need to be successful. And our school has always done an excellent job of providing supplies for them, but that would need to include PPE for them as well. We would need cleaning supplies provided for everyone, just in case something is missed. We would need a budget for those things. I am usually someone who is giving students supplies and things of that nature, and we can't do that at that time. We can't. There's no sharing. There's no reusing. We would need someone to monitor bathrooms. We would need a plan for when there's a case. We need to figure out if time in quarantine counts against absence totals or teachers' totals for sick leave, if leaving and returning due to a case or exposure, how parents will handle childcare and things of that nature, because that constant back and forth is going to be problematic. The American Association of Pediatrics talked about the psychological ramifications of keeping schools closed, but we haven't really addressed the psychological ramifications of wondering if an illness that we brought to school or contracted at school caused the death of someone at home or a loved one or their teacher. We have so many multi-generational households, and I'm concerned not only about the students, but their families. Apart from home, we all know that school should be the safest place for students, and we can't guarantee that. I don't want to sound naive. I know we're in the middle of a pandemic, and we can't guarantee safety. There's nothing promised. But the responsibility to mitigate these risks and the wisdom to implement those plans really lies on all of us. I'm just asking for your wisdom and your prudence as you move forward, because we truly all want to move back to normal. But our desire for normalcy does not negate the risk and responsibility we have to protect every single person in our community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Candace Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for hearing me, and thank you for extending the time tonight. Well, I actually have two things that I just wanted to share. I sent out an email earlier in regards to both the board and the superintendent in regards to something I feel that is very related to COVID, what everybody's been speaking about tonight. In this COVID pandemic situation, it's so important that we leverage opportunities for our parents and our families to be engaged. And there was a panel on this past Tuesday. It was a virtual series called Addressing Education Inequalities, and the particular panel was about community resources and school services. It was a very good 1 hour informative discussion, but one of our Bedford City School District administrators was also on the panel, and I found it very disappointing that the district did not notify as many of us as possible to be there to get the information. So I think we need to keep in mind that during this time while we're remote, that we need to leverage those opportunities so we can engage and inform our families. So that was my first share. My second one is that over the last few years, I've been talking with quite a few parents, and then most recently with the shift of the guidance counselors in the high school, many parents are beginning to feel somewhat disappointed and not confident in the direction that the school district is going. And I look forward to the opportunity in the very near future when our parents can come and either remotely or in person discuss those type of concerns that they have and share them with the board. We don't necessarily feel that the learning environments that are set up for our children right now are the most supportive. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you very much. Okay, well, that ends our community participation. And once again, these were very important comments, concerns, and suggestions that our community residents and teachers brought up. And those ideas and comments will be taken in consideration. I'm pretty sure a lot of the comments will be addressed through Dr. Selico's presentation as she put out the proposal of the direction of our school system. So once again, thank you all for chiming in. Unfortunately, those who came in later was not able to get on, but still, we're going to take all of these comments and concerns very seriously. And I'm sure that they will be addressed as well. And that's it. Any questions from the board from hearing some of these things? Any questions or comments?
Just like to thank everybody that participated. I think that's the most we've ever had since I've been on the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. If there's no other questions or comments, we're going to move on to our agenda item number 4.01, which is our consent agenda. And board members, you had an opportunity to look over the consent agenda. And if there was no other comments or concerns, we're going to go ahead and take a motion to approve our consent agenda.
So move.
A motion by Mr. Tench.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kennedy. Questions or comments regarding the consent agenda? If none, please call the roll.
Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mrs. Boynton.
Aye.
Mr. Stevens.
Aye.
Mrs. Patterson. Aye. Mr. Tench.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Thank you, board members. Now we have our number 5 of the agenda, superintendent recommendations, as presented by the assistant superintendent. 5.01, Dr. Johnson.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President, Board members. This evening, I ask of your approval of the following agenda items under 5.01. I ask of your approval of the following personnel items. We have our two curriculum specialists. We ask of your approval of Claire Gowing to serve as the secondary curriculum specialist and Dorinda Hall to serve as the elementary curriculum specialist. Under 5.02, we ask of your approval of the following stipends. And under 5.03, I'm not sure if Dr. Selico would like to talk a little bit about this. This is just a posting of the calendar of possible changes. So I ask of your approval that we be permitted to review this if we should make changes to the 2021 school year calendar.
Okay. Did you have anything to say, Dr. Selico?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Stevens. I would suggest just a couple things I wanted to point out. So you will be voting on 5.01 and 5.02. I believe you will need to take them separately due to Mr. Kennedy's attention, I believe, that will be forthcoming. And then the 5.03, after you vote on those two, I can chime back in if you would like. We will not be voting on that, but I would like to have a little discussion about that. Thank you.
5.03?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Board members, we will take 501 and 5.02 separately. Okay. And can I get a motion to approve 5.01 certificated personnel recommendations?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Kennedy, second by Mr. Tench. Questions, comments? If none, please call the roll.
Mrs. Boynton?
Aye.
Mr. Stevens?
Aye.
Mrs. Patterson?
Aye.
Mr. Tench?
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy?
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Thank you very much, board members. 5.02, certificated personnel items as well. Can I have a motion to approve 5.02?
So moved.
We have a motion by Ms. Patterson. Second. Second by Mr. Tench. Questions, comments? Then please call the roll.
Mr. Stevens?
Aye.
Mrs. Patterson?
Aye.
Mr. Tench?
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy?
Abstain.
Mrs. Boynton?
Aye.
Okay, motion passed four votes and one abstention. Thank you. Dr. Selico, 5.03.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Before I move on, we do have two of our apparently recently hired ladies with us this evening, and I know that you have their background, but for the purpose of those who are listening, I would just like to briefly tell you about each one of them and give them a chance to speak to the board. Claire Gowing is apparently our new secondary curriculum specialist, and she has a bachelor's degree from Eastern Michigan University, and she has a master's degree from Johns Hopkins University as well. She completed her principal license program from Cleveland State, and we learned in talking to one another. It is the program that I also teach in, but have not had her as a student. She holds a 5-year professional administrative license, as well as a 5-year professional intervention specialist license, and a 5-year professional adolescence English license. So, Claire, if you'd like to say a few words, I believe we can hear you at this time. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure being here with all of you tonight. This wouldn't be the ideal way that I would get to meet everyone, but I'm just really excited to join the Bedford team. I have been living in Ohio now for 6 years. I was an English teacher and the curriculum and instruction specialist at Ginn Academy and Cleveland Metro Schools. And before that, I worked as a special educator and a general educator in Baltimore County, Maryland. So that's just a little snapshot of my background.
Great. Thank you. Welcome. Next, we will be recommending, we've approved Dorinda Hall, who will be our elementary curriculum specialist. And Dorinda received her bachelor's degree from Central State University and her master's degree from Cleveland State University, and completed her principal's license program from Cleveland State University as well. And she holds a 5-year professional principal license, as well as a 5-year professional intervention specialist license. So Dorinda, if you would like to say a few words, and I think you might need to shift your camera a little bit so we could see you in whole. There we go. A little better. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to join the Bedford family. As Claire said, this is not the ideal for us to be able to meet and mingle a little bit, but I am very, very excited to join the Bedford family. I see my camera is a bit twisted. Maybe if okay, that might be a little better. But again, I'm very, very excited. I know we have a lot of work to do as we put our scholars first, but I know that we will be successful. We have an outstanding team of individuals, from the principals to our assistant superintendent, to our superintendent, to our board members. So thank you for all that you do for our children each and every day. And I look forward to, rolling up my sleeves and getting busy.
Thank you, Dorinda. Well, she has high expectations for us. Wow. We got a lot to live up to. As you can tell, just in meeting her for the first time, her enthusiasm was just definitely stood out. Actually, both ladies are very enthusiastic and very passionate and happy to be in Bedford. That came through in their interviews. So we welcome them and look forward to working with them. As I return, Mr. Stevens, to the request for the calendar, I know, board, you've had an opportunity to look at it, and we've talked about it in previous meetings as well, and floating the idea of starting after Labor Day for our students. And we've kind of forewarned, if you will, parents of that, given them, staff also, the indication that is a possibility. And what we were able to do, we met in collaboration with the teachers union, and we came up with a calendar that meets requirements. And in doing so, what we're suggesting or proposing is that the students start the day after Labor Day, and we would bring our teachers back on August 24th, which is a little bit after what was anticipated, but that would allow several days of professional development for various reasons. Regardless of what model we go to, we know that we're going to need to prepare. If we are in person, we also know, someone mentioned the climate, that is of concern, that the further back we push it, the likelihood of experiencing hot weather, although we know it can happen in September, at least we could eliminate some days of that. So those are the two major reasons. It will afford us the time to prepare. Also, the third reason, the most important, is the safety reason. And while we've had the ball rolling and in motion, we've been preparing and purchasing and getting things ready, we still could definitely use that extra time to prepare the buildings. So the reason you see it here today, as I stated, we do have enough instructional hours, although that has been waived. I believe it's going to be waived again by the state, the minimum number of instructional hours, because of the remote and virtual learning, that we had a resolution passed, and we do have to submit another plan, although it's not going to be approved by ODE. They just want it posted on the website. We would have more than enough hours, instructional hours, even with this proposed model. It is several days less than what the students have had before, but we do meet more well enough the requirements. So we are asking for your consideration of this calendar. I put it on this evening. Even if the board is not in favor, we can pull it. But again, we would encourage you to consider it, in that we have to post it as a reminder for 30 days. So we don't have another meeting until the end of the month, which would push us it would push us after the start date, or close to the start date, which is why we wanted to post it for 30 days. And at our first August meeting, we can go ahead and vote on it. So that is why you see it. I know a number of my colleagues we had this discussion on many calls, that superintendents are sort of panicking about the rule because they have not relaxed that law for the 30 days. So I'd be glad to entertain any questions that you have regarding it or concerns.
You said the BEA is on board with this?
Yes.
Thank you.
And it will not be approved until the next board meeting.
That's correct.
Don't worry about that.
We post it on the website for 30 days.
Any other questions for Dr. Solico? Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Okay. Number 6, awards, presentations, and communication. I believe we have our Mayor Gottschalk here to speak with us regarding camp in item number 6.01, the day camp. So Mayor Gottschalk. The floor is yours.
Not the best way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Silico.
Again, Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Silico and staff, you all look well, and I trust your loved ones at home are as well. I parrot that to those that are online, and trust again everyone out online on well. Anyway, I'm here to go over our summer school program that in the past we've done for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. But because of what's happening, this will be for 12th, 11th, 10th, and 9th graders in Oakwood. I wasn't prepared to read my opening page on this, but because there's so many people online with concerns, I think I will. And bear with me, I need new glasses, and this should have been larger. But anyway, Dr. Dimitri Christakis, one of the nation's most prominent pediatricians who directs the Center of Child Health, Behavior, and Development at Seattle Children's Hospital, is the editor-in-chief of the prestigious journal JAMA Pediatrics, argues in a recent piece that the risks to children's learning, social emotional development, and mental health need to be better balanced with the risks of spreading the coronavirus. The problem, Christakis says, just isn't learning loss, which is expected to fall particularly hard on low to moderate income children with unequal access to distance learning and without a considerable parent involvement because parents must work outside the home. The phenomenon of summer learning loss has been well established, with children losing a mean of 1 to 3 months in math and reading progress. Research from a large testing association on the COVID-19 slide suggests a 9-month to 12-month loss when students return to schools this fall, and this will only be compounded if remote online learning continues. Christakis calls for a panel made up of interdisciplinary experts to make schools reopening a priority in the United States. He quotes, "I think we should sort of reason backwards from the expectation that children do start learning. That's an imperative. And then how do we make that happen safely?" Mental health and social emotional development, Christakis argues, has been less discussed. The social emotional needs of children to connect with other children in real time and space, whether it's for physical activity, uninstructed play, or instructional play. This is immensely important, whether it's for the young children in particular. In a new study, JAMA Pediatrics, he says, documents elevated depression and anxiety among the children under the lockdown in China. The American Pediatric Association is also advocating all decisions should start with the goal of getting children back in the classroom. Oakwood, myself, meaning, agrees with Dr. Christakis and the American Pediatric Association that the risks of reopening schools can be properly balanced with the risks of keeping them closed, particularly since the consideration is very rare for children to become seriously ill from coronavirus. A national emergency should be declared, reopening school buildings rather than navigating virtual schools in a home environment. And let us trumpet the axiom, the more you learn, the more you earn. With that, I will then go into very briefly, before we get into the safety aspect, the classes that are going to be part of this program. And again, we're talking about this would be beginning Monday, July the 20th. The village teens, and again, in their 12th, 11th, 10th, and 9th grades, 20 students in each grade. So only 20 12th graders, 20 11th graders, 20 10th graders, and 29th graders. And they will be into a tech-forward education platform that will excite, engage, and enrich students by unleashing their creativity through a hands-on learn by design core curriculum integrating just a couple of the classes, Khan Academy Math, and this is an internationally renowned math website taught by Dr. Linda Sider. She's the professor of Department of Mathematics and Computer Science at John Carroll. We have Powering Up Tech Skills with Google. The students will be having a Google Mask goggles where they can travel anywhere in the world, from the Mount Everest to the Great Barrier off of Australia to Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe to the Taj Mahal in India. Be a class on speed reading and accelerated learning, a class on exploring careers in health and medicine via university hospitals by virtual tours. There'll be film and television production technology. There'll be learning for the 12th and 11th graders, Introduction to Aristotle's Ethics, How to Lead a Good Life. And for the girls, exploring careers in STEM. And Beautiful You via Paul Mitchell. And for the boys, robotics and electronics. And now we'll go into exactly how do we be able to perform this while keeping this environment at Bedford High School safe. And again, I wouldn't have had you expect me to be going through this in detail like this, because you've been given this handout, but it's as much for the benefit of the people that are listening. And that is number one, a daily temperature log for all Oakwood staff, instructors, and students will be maintained in the entry desk to the high school building. We'll only be using the entrance off of from the administration building, and only the upstairs wing of 8 classrooms and the 2 computer labs. Students will be required to provide daily upon arrival a document signed by their parents, and this is daily, that they are not experiencing any COVID-19 symptoms. Students and staff who arrive at school with a temperature above 100 degrees or become sick at school, particularly with symptoms of respiratory illness, will be separated from the well students and staff, be isolated in an area until they are taken home. All staff and instructors must wear face coverings to work unless an exception applies. High contact surfaces like desks, chairs, tables, counterparts, doorknobs, light switches, classroom sink handles, and their railings, stair railings, will be cleaned and disinfected nightly. Restroom toilets, faucets, and sinks will be cleaned and disinfected before and after lunch and nightly. Disposable gloves will be furnished to the custodial team, and training will be given on best practices in cleaning and disinfecting in accordance with OSHA's hazard communication standard. Hand sanitizers will be supplied throughout the study areas, although the best defense against COVID-19 is still frequent hand washing with soap for 20 seconds. For the electronics area in the computer labs, the 2 computer labs, such as the tablets, touch screens, keyboards, remote controls, and the Google goggles, use at least a 70% alcohol-based EPA-registered wipes or sprays, then dry surface thoroughly after every class. To implement the 6-foot distancing protocol, yellow circular vinyl masks will be placed 6 feet apart under classroom desks where students will be seated, eliminating the need to rearrange the desks. And as you can see, Dr. Silico has one here. And when you take that off, they're adhesive and stick right to the floor. We could, of course, change the color to green and white and have Bedford High School on it, but this is really important. I think this is essential. To implement the 6-foot distancing, as I had just mentioned, hallways will be restricted throughout the homeroom stays and staggered release of classrooms. Students will eat lunch in their classroom rather than mixing in the cafeteria. Bagged lunches will be delivered to the classroom. Additionally, staggered lunch hours by class will avoid having all classes using the rest bathrooms at the same time. And this is important. How many are familiar with the MyPillow fellow that has the MyPillow advertisements on TV? Anyway, they as well are now providing reusable face masks. We are going to be buying 250 of these. They're 210 thread count, double layered, latex-free elastic straps, 100% cotton, and we will be purchasing them to be distributed to each of our 80 students, as well as staff and instructors, to be worn daily. But I ask you this, how can we expect students to be wearing masks 5 to 6 hours a day? That is impossible, but that is not conceivable. However, this is what we're recommending. Students can shift their masks from their face. They're never going to be taking this off once they enter this building, but from their face to their neck, once they're seated in their classroom and they're 6 feet apart from their neighboring student. Instructors may do the same in front of the class when screened by a plastic shield that we would be providing as well, just like when you see into the grocery, when you're going in a retail shop. There will be a 10-student limit in any classroom, 10-student limit. So what we're saying is in most cases with these classes that we're having, they'll be segregated, boys and girls. So there'll be 8 to 10 boys in a class, 8 to 10 girls in a class, whether it's with the computers or whether it's with one of the other classes. Other than only 2 classes, and that is the Exploring Careers in Health and Medicine and Film and Television Production Technology and the Greatest Bible Heroes, where the maximum would be 20 if we can still have the 6-foot distancing in the Chrome lab. And we'll have to see on that. The physical education classes of martial arts, hip-hop, dance aerobics, and workouts by Epic Fitness will be held outside the school on the grass in large open-air tents with no interaction of multiple grades. School buses will not be used under any circumstances for the transportation of students. They will be dropped off by their parents at the high school. Oakwood will furnish the cleaners, hand sanitizers, disinfectants, dispensing units from ChemSafe, face masks from MyPillow, the plastic shield barriers, the bag lunches. We'll be providing all lunches for the students in each of their classrooms. Vinyl distancing units and infrared thermometers. One other thing, and I'm mentioning particularly in the computer labs, and we've been working with Mr. Meyer on this. There's a device that you can have on a computer that rather than the teacher having to go around and see what's going on at every computer, they can project this back onto her screen at her desk. So she doesn't have to be doing this. Additionally, we're ready to provide at least 3 LED walls. So if a teacher can't make it to class and wants to instruct from home, and we're talking about a wall that would be about half, at least a third of this. So the entire instructor would be on that to be able to instruct. All this is being provided for by Oakwood Village. And in addition, I talked with Mr. Zeller this morning, and I thought that could be a concern. We will handle the janitorial operations of this rather than yourself and the schools. We will be doing this entire turnkey, so there's no expense to the schools at all in this. And in addition, and by the way, I should promote, and which was not in your folder, one item, and that is ChemSafe itself. Yeah, but this wasn't in it, unfortunately. I made that one mistake. I just want to read a little bit of this. ChemSafe and Xenix International are a joint Oakwood Village-based op company located in a 125,000 square foot mixing and research facility. They not only formulate and manufacture and package, but distribute a wide variety of liquid products to the institutional industrial markets. They were mentioned in USA Today recently as manufacturing 2 of the 35 products in the market, which are approved by the U.S. EPA to kill the coronavirus. They manufacture these concentrated disinfectants and sanitizers in their EPA-approved mixing facility. They have 4 on-site formulating and testing chemists and fully operational state-of-the-art labs. They employ over 120 people and have 3 automated fill lines for packaging products from their active formulas. Their mixing capabilities allow them to be mixing 20,000 gallons an hour. They're one of only 5 facilities in the country that not just distribute, but manufacture this. And by the way, on the sanitizers, you have your choice of having no fragrance to having a winter mint, a winter green, or a citrus fragrance. And with that, I think we're going to be able to handle all the concerns about the safety and health of the environment of this school, providing this class for this school for 4 weeks. Additionally, I think this will be a great model to be able from this to see how much of this, what of it from in this as well could be effectively implemented in the fall. And additionally, this same program that I've gone over today will be given to Dr. Eric Gordon, the superintendent of the Cleveland schools. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Okay, any questions for Mayor Gottschalk regarding his proposal here?
Actually, it's our proposal, and it's not just Oakwood. This will be a Bedford, obviously, and Oakwood summer school. Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. In looking at everything you've given us, I see this letter from this pediatric doctor. I'm sure we could find another doctor that would probably contradict what he thinks in terms of the risk of a child's health and the risk of their learning. And I agree totally with this doctor. They have to be in front. My question is this, I got a few of them. How many kids in our district are attending this camp that currently go to Bedford City Schools? How many are?
They're all going to be, other than my own granddaughter who's going to be in this, and the two children of my executive secretary who are going to be part of this. They'll all be Bedford Bedford School District residents. Yeah.
And we'll get a copy of those names.
Yeah. In fact, what I like to do, since there's not a lot of time on this, we'll be asking Dr. Silico. So in fact, for us to be calling the parents up to see whether because again, we will have a limit of only 20 total in each of the grades. But again, rather than going 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th this year, particularly because of what's the environment, we think we have to touch our kids, our 12th, 11th, 10th, and 9th. But these will all be Bedford School District students.
Okay. Next question. In terms of, I see all the cleaning that'll be done, and that's all from your, how many people are on your staff?
Well, again, there isn't the need for having, there'll be, whatever ChemSafe says we need to be having. I'd expect one person probably full time, but remember, we're only working on one little wing of the building. We're not using the gym.
The whole staff during the day that's going to be constantly cleaning, after every class and so forth.
Well, remember, that's only the computer labs. And again, because the kids are teaching the keyboards, so all you're doing is spraying that and then cleaning them before the next class. Each class has a 15-minute break.
And they'll be going back to the same class?
No, well, again, in a computer lab, they'd be going to one of the other classes right on that wing.
Okay, but doesn't that classroom have to be cleaned before new people come in that room?
Only the computers themselves, other than, and again, I'm of course open to this, but I'm following the guidelines of not just the governor, but OSHA in the sense that normally most things are nightly sprayed rather than what we're wanting to do though is spray those that are being touched frequently, which are the keyboards and the bathrooms and the sinks and handles.
What is your protocol if a child tests positive?
That's actually the school's protocol. We'll follow whatever the school. There is a clear protocol, which I'm sure Dr. Silico will be providing shortly in terms of if somebody, other than, as I say, clearly, if they come in with a temperature or the parent has said that they have some symptom, they wouldn't be coming in to begin with, or if we do, we isolate them and then have them taken home.
Okay. So we isolated them, and then what happened?
They are picked up and taken home, or taken, as they say, the protocol might be, if they're showing a temperature over 100, they'll be going to Bedford Hospital or somewhere like that.
How are the other families notified?
They'll be notified. Again, every day when they come in, I think you saw the note, the document that the parent is signing.
Yeah,
with a
what
phone
I'm
number.
saying is that if I'm a parent and I have a child that's in the classroom with a staff or other child who got tested positive, I want to know that.
Yes.
And so pretty much, does the camp shut down for 14 days?
No, there's not. Again, we're going to follow the protocol of the governor on this one. And as I say, what happens is there's first of all, the person, as I say, this will be late. I couldn't go over all this right now, but clearly this will be in place before school starts, and it'll be following the protocol of just what would be happening in school in the fall.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're looking at it tonight, and we're going to try to make a decision tonight, not when it comes down to, right before the camp starts.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, are they going to be signing a waiver or some type, whose liability are they falling under? Is there any liability that the Bedford City School District could take on based on some child getting sick or
This is the liability. The liability is only wanton and willful neglect. If you're following the protocols, which we are, the distancing and the masks, that's the protocol. There isn't any willful and wanton neglect. That's the key.
So there's no liability waiver, no nothing that the parents can sign.
But again, that's a good question. But as I say, I follow that up. I follow that work up clearly. If in fact there's no social distance, and that's one of the importance of using these mats as well. Additionally, with the staggered classrooms, again, because there's a 15-minute break between classes, kids will not all be leaving their classrooms at the same time. It'll be staggered. And again, we're only 8 to 10 students in each class.
I guess a couple more, I'm done.
Oh, yeah.
Already up. If they show up that day without a signed parent saying that they were okay,
they'll be going. We'll let them come in.
Okay, and all the data collected throughout every day in terms of those sheets and so forth.
The school will be welcome to that.
Will
Absolutely.
that be given to us?
Oh, absolutely.
I with all due respect, Mayor, and I like the camps. I have no problem with camps. I'm just having a hard time getting over this one, just for the simple fact of what's going on out there. And I agree with you. You got to get the kids back in the classroom. I'm with you. The only issue I have is we haven't. 2 months ago, we as a board voted to not let our kids in here for summer school. And 2 months later, we're looking at a vote to open it to a camp.
I wouldn't call this a camp. I'm calling this a summer school. And again,
we
we're
didn't open it for our
right, and we're only talking 80. And I think this is a great model. And I think not only that, but I think we've actually gone beyond what is being expected and asked of most schools to begin with, just to ensure that this is going to be safe.
I get that. What I'm saying is 2 months ago, we voted not to have summer school, and now we're looking to let us a summer camp in. Every other summer camp out there has been canceled.
Yeah.
Right. You name the cities around it, they've been canceled. Every activity, baseball and everything, has been canceled in cities. And we haven't opened our buildings for anything else. And I'm just having a hard time opening my mind to opening the building for a summer camp when we haven't let anybody else use the buildings. Every other summer camp has not been open, and that's where I'm at right now. And maybe other people talk and change my mind, but I appreciate what you're doing. And if we weren't in these times, we wouldn't even have this discussion. But I just want to let you know where I stand.
I hear you. I respect what you're saying, although again, I can't underscore enough. We have to be getting these classrooms open, and this will be a nice a model to be seeing whether this could be effective or not. And we're not talking about simple programs here. We're talking about curricula which are being taught by PhDs in many cases, or exploring careers and opportunities in health and medicine that aren't normally afforded in the standard school curriculum.
I hear you.
But again, I can't underscore as well enough that we've really detailed to make this as safe and as healthy as possible, the environment, by outlining what I just did. Mhm. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mayor Gottschalk? Anyone? Anyone?
I have a few.
Go ahead, Tim.
Mayor, Dr. Christakis missed one thing. He did not address the virus. He addressed what the effect it may have on the children, but he didn't address the virus. We have no idea what this virus is like. We don't know anything more now than we did in March. Protocols have changed so many times, I can't count. So protocols to me don't mean anything. From the state level, from the federal level, I respect them, but they don't, they're not worth the paper they're written on because it changes. It changes almost weekly. And it's been like that since this virus has hit. So as far as, we don't even have a protocol. You mentioned protocol, you would follow protocol as far as the cleaning and whatnot, or if a kid got sick. We don't even know what our protocol is yet. And you want to start this camp in a week and a half. I don't understand. Rob hit on it. We canceled everything in this district for all of our students. And I respect what you're trying to do. I truly do. You know that. I've always respected the job you do for your residents in the village. And they respect you. But this is something that I'm not even trying to get my hands around it, because to me, it makes no sense. Our kids need to be in class. I understand it. We haven't even come up with what we're going to do as far as the school year goes. We're going to discuss that next. And for you to ask us before we even discuss it and make a decision on what we're going to do for our own kids, you want us to make a decision based on 80 kids in your village. I'm not prepared to do that. I will not do that. Question: why not put it in Oakwood?
We need the labs, and you need to have 8 classrooms, and these are lab classrooms. And I think the key again, I think this is very essential, where you're going to be learning is what the idea of having these vinyl masks under the desks, I'm sure wasn't initially maybe a consideration either.
Once again, we haven't even decided if we're going to open up the schools yet. So let's put that aside. I understand that there's, you can learn from anything that we do. I get that. But I am more err on the side of caution. I don't know why we would or anybody would put their children at risk of this disease.
I have my granddaughter and my executive secretary's 2 children as well, and we don't have 1 inch of concern about this.
I respect that. I respect that, Mayor. I always have, and I appreciate the fact that your daughter and
granddaughter,
or granddaughter, I'm sorry, your granddaughter.
Although the age is
being a grandparent, I can relate to that. But again, with all due respect, Mayor, this is not, to me, it's not being responsible as a school district. I'm speaking for me. I respect what you're trying to do. I think it's a great idea. And like Rob said, if we weren't faced with the things we're faced with right now, we wouldn't be having this meeting. We would have agreed to it, and you wouldn't have had to have a presentation. But we kind of basically said no a couple weeks ago, and here we are 2 weeks later. You're giving a presentation, and it's a week and a half out, and you want us to make a decision. To me, I read this prior. We got all this information prior. Nothing has changed in my mind. I cannot, in all clear conscience, agree to having somebody come into our schools when we haven't even decided if we're going to open it up 2 months from now. And you want us to open it up a month and a half early, for this. I love the program. I think what you got planned out is great. You've got a community center. You've got Mount Zion. I don't know what it takes to put up labs, but I would think it's only technology. And, if the village is prepared to pay for all the cleaning and everything else that you had laid out, maybe they can set up labs, because you can always use the labs. If you set up something in there at the community center or at Mount Zion, you can use on a continual basis, not just for this. We loved it. We always try to work with the village. You know that. I gotta put my foot down on this one. I gotta say no. I'm sorry.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Ms. Patterson.
Okay. Being from Oakwood, I know the magnitude of this program, and it's no cost to us. Our kids need to start getting back in the classroom. If you heard the president yesterday, he said he will not fund states with federal money if the schools are not open. Today, Governor DeWine says that the schools will open. He will come back next week with some different guidelines, but he's putting out $100 million from the CARES Act today. It is in the accounts that the school districts can draw down. They will get some new money, $440 million. They have not got it yet, but it is coming from the feds because they want schools open. This program can be a test kitchen for us for the school year. We're going to have to open up schools. If we take the money, we're going to have to open up schools. For 80 kids, I don't see where there's a problem. Oakwood has done a number of programs where they have included all of Bedford City schools. We have Hawthorne Valley Youth Group. We do a scholarship. We include all students that attend Bedford High School along with the students from Oakwood. So I don't see where there's a problem. We're only talking about 80 kids. 80 kids.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Anyone else?
President,
Sure.
I think I would be derelict in my duty as you have charged me with the oversight of the facilities and the use of the facilities for board policy. This is the first I have heard of this. Have a permit and discussed with me. And I don't know, no offense, Mayor, I hope I'm not mistaken. I don't know if the mayor's coming here to inform you what he is going to do. He's asking for your permission to do it. So I think it would be helpful if he would first clarify that. Are you here telling the board what it is you're going to do? Or are you asking their permission? Because quite frankly, Mr. President, under the circumstances we have, the responsibilities you've charged me with, and going on what we have done up till now, I would deny the permit. So the only way that the mayor could get the permit is to petition the board. I assume that's what he's doing now. But again,
You're right, Mr. Zagrabuk. I'm here to ask, get board approval to allow for this 4 weeks to occur.
and let me remind the mayor, and I don't think I have to end the block. In the past, we have been backwards, to accommodate the mayor in every single request he's had. And that includes filling out the permit for him. So we've done everything we can to accommodate this program in the past because it is a good program. The mayor's a good friend, and the kids in Oakwood and the entire school district deserve whatever we can give them. I don't have a permit on this. I've not been asked. Yet, if I did, I would have denied it.
And why would you deny it?
We didn't have summer school. You've heard all the teachers express their concerns. We have the same concerns. Our employees have the same concern. Our employees are going to be in that building while other students are in there. There are no students in there right now. They will be in there. The mayor also made a couple of statements that I find concerning. Number one, he is going to have custodians come in here and clean the building. That is bargaining unit work. I would suggest very strongly that you'll get a grievance on it and you'll lose. Also, you're going to bring lunches. We're serving lunches right now. That's bargaining unit work. Those employees will file a grievance, and my guess is they will win and be successful. So those are two other concerns I have. But for the very reasons we didn't have our own kids in the building a month ago, is the reason why I would have denied it right now.
And again, my response to all this is that's exactly where, our kids are immensely important. I don't want to hear about a bargaining unit worrying about, we should worry about giving them the food. We're going to be dealing with the bag lunches. Well, I understand that. At the same time, this is an unusual situation
I'm
here.
not debating the merits.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
All I'm saying is, based on what we've done up till now,
Mhm.
I would not have approved it. That's my interpretation of what the board has asked me to do, has required me to do. for all groups. No outside groups have been in here, no inside groups have been in the buildings, any of our buildings. This would depart from that. If the board wishes to do that, that is, of course, your prerogative, but there will be some repercussions that you have to be aware of that.
Well, we see that already with the union, teachers union, advising the teachers not to even come back to the classroom at the same. This is exactly when we had a number of, and I appreciate that, a number of the teachers right here in the system. That's why we're talking about 8 to 10, only what it can limit in terms of distancing in the classroom. They themselves will have a plastic screen on the front, or if they don't care to want to attend that class and teach from home, we'll have a Zoom, we'll have an LED wall. These are things that are obviously relatively new that you can't be thinking about once schools. This is why it's important to be trying this out in these next 4 weeks. It's hugely important. And I think it's a great opportunity as well to be showing that Bedford is a leader, not just in Cuyahoga County, but in the state of Ohio and in the United States.
Hey, Mayor, let me ask you a question, please.
Yes.
Regarding the lunches.
Yes.
For instance, in the past, when you had these camps, have you served lunches before?
No. Only because of this situation, we're concerned about, we don't want to see mixing in the cafeterias. We don't want to see some kids bringing in bag lunches and others can't afford it. Where are they going to get their meals? So we think it's best to be able to have them provided. And you're talking about the equality of a Miles Market, where they're going to have wrapped turkey wraps, etc. And I'm hoping to, if we get the go-ahead here, to get with Nestle, and they're going to be providing the boosts. So boosts for our kids for lunch as well. So this is far bigger than we're, this has been given a lot of thought in terms of, I would have loved to have not been, not worrying about the food, but we have to worry about every essential little point here. But it's already a little late when you're going to have school starting in the fall and you don't have any of this even prepared yet.
I give you credit.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been helpful
Mm-hmm.
if you would have approached me and said, hey, can I get this done?
Well, understand the genesis of this was, as I was putting this together, all of a sudden I saw the importance of having a sanitary and healthy environment, and this is what's taken time now, working on this to be sure that we could implement that. So until I knew I could, it was premature getting early here without knowing I had players involved that would be helpful in part of this. As I said, I spoke with Paul Zeller. He didn't feel that he could afford at this point to be having any extra people doing this. I didn't want that to be a roadblock, and so that's why today, when I call ChemSafe up, we would have a couple professionals coming in here that are familiar with this product to be able to implement it. And I think we're going way beyond the normal when we're talking about disinfecting and cleaning faucets and that every day rather than once a week through fogging.
Yeah. Well, with all due respect, what you've done is you've already gone ahead and decorated a house before you bought it. You assumed that we were going to say, okay. Mayor, you just said you had to take care of all this, the protocol of cleaning and everything. You didn't even know that we were going to say yes.
I agree.
Why not come to us first and ask for approval first and then go through all this?
Well, I could obviously see that if that was the case, you would have rejected it then.
Well, I know, honestly, probably. How do we go to our own employees and say, no, we can't have summer school? No, you cannot have this. No, you cannot have. We'd have world changers. No, we got band camp coming up. What do we tell them? I'm telling you, Mayor, this opens up a whole can of worms for this district for 80 kids.
I disagree.
God bless the kids. I love kids. That's why we're here. But we're also here to provide a safe and healthy learning environment. And in these conditions and in this climate that this whole country and world is in, I think it wouldn't be prudent on our part to jump the gun. I'm being redundant.
No, again, I respect what you're saying, but I obviously disagree.
We're on different sides.
I know that I've heard comments and concerns regarding this whole situation, and that we closed school. I heard that we closed schools down 2 months ago, which we did, and those, or longer than that. But I also know that the governor came back and said different things and end up opening up school or opening up activities in schools. And under these guidelines, certain guidelines, and being able to still work, function, and those type of things. I understand when band camp and some of these other areas, or even summer school started, still things were in the status where things were shut down, and guidelines and the governor's direction wasn't really put into effect up until really recently, with some stringent guidelines. So, and now things are reopening up now, and protocols and guidelines are put in place. So I know back when things were closed, things were isolated, and that was a few months ago, and when school closed down and everything was closed. But now the governor had put some things in place to reopen things back up. And there are some guidelines that has been put in place at this stage. So I just wanted to bring that up to at least let everybody know back when things were closed down, but now things are put in place and guidelines are there. So I just wanted to keep that in mind.
Mr. Stevens, you're right. If we can recall, back only about a month and a half ago, the governor still was not talking about emphasizing reopening the schools. It really has been happening just about the last 3 weeks.
And then 3 days ago, he makes everybody wears masks. So what's that tell you?
Right.
Protocols changed, Mayor. This governor.
Not 3 days ago. He's only.
No. They mandated.
They mandated for certain counties.
What?
Franklin, Hamilton,
All right, you're splitting hairs.
Okay.
I'm talking about protocols changing weekly, Barbara, and you know they have.
Well, today he said that.
Deal with what is, not what may be.
Now, I'm dealing with, he said today. I watched him today at 2:00.
Yeah.
He said that there are 4 counties that are mandatory masks. That is Hamilton, Franklin, and Cuyahoga. That was the word today.
Mm-hmm. And Summit is right on the verge. I heard that.
Summit and Lorraine are at 3 level, and they're not at mandatory yet.
Right.
Joe, what do you have to say, Joe? Mayor, you brought you brought him with you?
No, I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't. No.
I know how hard he works. He's covered every detail that you can possibly. I'd like to say one other thing too. I grew up at a time when we had polio. And I'm gonna tell you, we saw people dropping like flies all over the place. And I'll tell you, I'm old enough to remember all that stuff. You don't see people dropping like flies from the coronavirus. You don't even see it. I'll tell you, I don't even know anybody who has it. And the fact of the matter is, you don't see this disease isn't around, especially isn't around here. And the fact of the matter is, we take a look at all the details. I'll tell you, I looked at it as a master's dissertation. He covered every detail in there. This is a model for you to be able to have here at Bedford City Schools, to be able to take what he's done and put it in place and to bring back your regular students. That's all I have.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. All right, that was pretty quick, Joe. That was pretty quick. Okay, all right. If there's any other questions for Mayor Gottschalk regarding his camp? School. Okay. So I take it that at this time we need. Oh my goodness, hold on a minute. Give me 1 minute. My computer died out here. Oops. Give me 1 minute.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Stay healthy. Okay. What's the status on this?
So we're getting ready to get this together now. I wanted to bring my computer back up here. Okay. Thank you once again, Mayor, for the presentation and clarity of what your plans are and what you would like to see take place and coming to the board. Board, we're gonna have to make a decision today based on, where we go from here on the, Oakwood Village, day camp school piece. And, we need to vote. So at this time, can I get a motion to approve the Oakwood Village Day Camp, as presented?
I make a motion to, have the day camp with the outlining things that Mr. Zagrabic says he needs to do, to complete, so we don't have, repercussions from the unions.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Boynton. Any additional questions or comments other than what you have already raised with Mayor Gottschalk? Yes.
Providing the sanitation, deep cleaning, and the extended cleaning for this program will place a burden on our staff. We don't have any summer help this year, as you know. Busy preparing the buildings for the return of school at some point in September or August. And we're down 3 or 4 people that we haven't replaced who have retired because of the financial situation we're in. It will require probably overtime for some people. I don't think the board ought to bear that expense. And if they're going to be doing that cleaning, we will have some overtime.
So Jerry, since we had okayed back in January or February, buses for all four communities, can we rehire some of those bus drivers to do some of the cleaning since they're not working, driving the buses?
Well, Mrs. Patterson, that is not their bargaining unit work. Their unit work is driving a bus. I have to use custodians for custodial work. I have to use technology people for technology work. So James and his crew will be doing the technology portion. Custodians will be doing the custodial.
So now, in the past, we have not had bus drivers come in and do some other work?
We have in the summer.
Okay, well, so
We didn't
this
hire any
is,
summer workers.
okay, so you're saying we hire summer people to come in to do the extra work?
We did not hire any this year.
But I'm
Had we
saying-
done that, somebody could have assigned them to this work. We don't have any.
So how difficult is it to get some people to come in to do that work, to do some work, to get some work done?
We would have to approve them to do that. I don't know who they would be. I don't have any names in front of me. Next meeting is not till 2 weeks from now. We post it, ask people if they're interested, and they could apply for the job, and you could approve them.
Well, I can provide professionals in doing from Kent State University to wherever else, major office buildings, et cetera. In fact, another company that's just coming now into Oakwood has just got me a contract for Mayfield Heights schools.
If the board wishes to have the mayor do that,
I can
you
work
run the
with
risk
Mr.
of.
Gravic on that. We can work
Well,
together.
You run a risk. You run the risk.
And the head of the janitorial.
You run the risk of having agreements.
If I may, Mr. Stevens, I'm just letting everyone, I'm just listening to everything, and I'd have to say that, my main concern, I'd be lying if I didn't say to you that the amount of stress that I'm sure all of you are feeling as well as I am in opening the school in the fall is my first priority. That is where I'm at. And if the board chooses to allow this program, we will move forward. I am concerned, to have the headache, to be very honest, of a grievance coming in. I would appreciate if we could avoid that happening, which would mean, Mr. Mayor, that we wouldn't have outside people come in. We'd have to find a way and pay our people to do this work. I don't know if that is feasible. I know that our staff is stressed. I know our custodial group is stressed. They've been talking about the different things and the requests. They know this is coming to you tonight. I know that they're very concerned about having the camp there. So I just want to speak on their behalf. And just can't reiterate enough, if this camp does happen, Mayor, I truly need you to please make sure that we don't place a burden on my staff.
Absolutely. That's why I met with Mr. Zeller this morning. I thought this would be a very big concern. And as I said, I'm open to we'll work together before this even happens, a week from Monday, in terms of seeing who will be involved. Try to keep, again, a turnkey so that there's no real effort, no real burden, financial burden or stress burden on the district.
Yeah, and I really can't emphasize that enough because I know what's happened in years past and the needs of the camp and how it has been a challenge for my staff, the technology staff, the custodial staff, making sure behavior is in check. We've had issues there at times. So I can't emphasize enough that we really can't take this burden on as our personnel. And I ask the board to please take that into consideration, that if we do this, I really am concerned. Our efforts have to be on the fall.
Also, Mayor, bear in mind that Paul Zeller is an employee. He doesn't speak for the district, and he is not the president of the union. And that's who you should have talked to. I appreciate you went to the custodian at the high school, and I get that. That's right. But he doesn't speak for the union. He doesn't speak for, Paul's a good guy, and he's past president, but he's not current president. So
I don't mean to be speaking for him. I came to him for advice on, initially I was thinking
I understand.
that in fact your staff would be doing this, informing that wouldn't be possible. But again, he's only speaking for himself. It's a board decision. Would be
I understand.
But I wanted to cover all the bases, but I think even the smallest thing like these mats, isn't that nice to be able to not have to be rearranging desks for every class or whatever? When you have these in place and they're 6 feet apart, so you have that distancing taking place right at each of these classrooms.
Okay, we have a motion on the table and a second. Any further comments? Mr. Zegravik, please call the roll.
President, Mrs. Patterson,
Aye.
Mr. Tench,
No.
Mr. Kennedy,
No.
Mrs. Boynton,
Aye.
Mr. Stevens.
Aye. Okay, motion passed 3-2. Mr. Mayor Gottschalk, go ahead and pursue with what you need to do, and we'll go from there. Okay, thank you. Okay,
We haven't checked about.
we're going to move on with the
But check within the night.
return to school options for the fall. Dr. Selico?
Thank you. Mayor, I don't know if you want to stay for this. You're more than welcome to, but it's probably going to be lengthy. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the fun is just beginning. Thank you, board. I know this is, I forewarned us it would be a rather lengthy evening, and this is just so important that I know you all recognize the importance of taking the time to hear from our staff. And we did hear from a number of teachers, and I might have some disappointed people at the end of this presentation, to be very honest with you, because I'm, as others have mentioned, we don't have all the answers, and it is in constant flux. Every question I heard tonight or every concern is definitely something that's been thought about. It's been documented in our question and answer format. We have been keeping track of all the questions that have been coming in. So we will give some of the details. I'm sure we will cover some of what the teachers have asked, but we will not hit all of them. But with that said, our work is just beginning, in my opinion. And I've spoken with Ms. Duncan about this and told her that these things have all been discussed. But until we actually make the decision on what the model is going to be, we'd be spinning our wheels in a lot of ways that might not be the wisest. We've certainly gotten the ball rolling because we know we're going to need safety precautions, so we have been doing that. But what I'd like to do is preface this presentation with some remarks of some of the reading that I've been doing, which you can imagine we've been inundated, and I know I even passed along some information to you. So we've been very busy keeping track of things. So I'm going to, again, preface the presentation with some remarks, and then I have various people who are going to speak to you this evening on the plan that we've come up with, and we will show you that PowerPoint. And I also provided a copy. I know some of you are like me, if you like to write on things, we provided you with the written copy. So this evening, members of the board and Mr. Stevens, we are going to present to you 3 plans that were from 2 different committees. We had, if you recall, we had a return to work and a return to school committee. Those were chaired by Mr. Zegravik and Dr. Johnson, and they were comprised of administrators, union leaders, teachers, and classified staff members. What we present to you tonight, though, I would say could change tomorrow. And I think we've all mentioned that. We could have a spike hit. I just got an alert that there are Summit County now is mandating masks. So I think we can see that it could potentially evolve. And so whatever we decide this evening, if we make that decision, could change. And I think parents have been so wonderful in understanding that, because most of this is driven not by us, but by our legislation. I'm not coming to you this evening as an attack on legislators, so I don't want it to come across that way. But I want to provide you and the listening audience with information that I've compiled from various sources, starting with the president, in order to help inform you of our plans and rationale for each one. I would like to inform you of some important information also that I learned today that the committees are not even aware of, and I'll save that for the end before we go into the presentation. I was on a call with a number of superintendents as well as the Cuyahoga County Board of Health, and so they've given us some guidance that probably not many people know just yet. So we start with the president. The president states that students need to be in schools. He's very strong, has a very strong position on that. He has threatened, as Mrs. Patterson has said, to take away federal funding. Not sure if that's constitutional or how that can happen, and I don't know politics well enough to know if he can just wave a magic wand and make that happen. But he is threatening to do that if our students don't return in the fall. So that is, again, something to consider. Our questioning and he's questioning and disagreeing with the CDC's guidelines, and I know that he had asked for new guidelines to be considered, and I keep seeing that bounce back and forth that the CDC will or will not change their recommendations. But so we have the president, we have the CDC that has set guidelines, we have the governors who also said numerous times that kids need to be in school. But, and then there's 3 dots, in my opinion. So what does that exactly mean? How does that look? You know, he has not made strong commitments one way or another, and the reason being is that there's such various needs in various districts throughout the state, and it is impacting portions of the state differently. Also, we have the reset and restart documents. I know I've shared those with you, and I'm sure many of the general public have probably been accessing those as well from the governor and ODU's websites. So then we also have the Ohio Department of Health, we have the Cuyahoga County Department of Health, and we have the Ohio Department of Education, all giving us various guidance. And so what we know is that we've been given guidelines. Those were recently put out, and I will paraphrase them, but it's all things that we know in which that we are supposed to abide by, which is wash and sanitize hands to prevent the spread, thoroughly clean and sanitize our school environment to limit the spread, practice social distancing, implement face coverings. And that, as we all have learned, is a must that we have to establish. Not only do staff members have to wear masks, but the Board of Education also has to approve a policy for masks. So we will be working on that. Neola is in the process of working on that. I have some samples from other parts of the state, but we'll wait to see what Neola comes up with. But we know that it is strongly recommended for students in grades 3 and higher. They recognize that students younger than that, they would love for that to happen, but realistically, we know how problematic that would be, those of us who are especially early elementary educators, and the challenge that would pose. They did say that face shields for teachers are acceptable. We are definitely considering that. In fact, we're in the process of ordering those, especially the importance of when you're communicating with young ones, the enunciation, the importance. ELL students, for example, special needs students need to see what's being communicated. So that's also something we've taken into consideration. I think a teacher mentioned that this evening. We have the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Gaza, I believe. She's continuing to keep students, she says, continuing to keep students physically out of school could have long-term detrimental effects on academic progress, mental health, and emotional well-being and behavior. Children rely on schools for academic and social development and basic needs in some cases. She emphasizes the importance of a daily routine. She has recent statements in favor of reopening schools, she said, are based on those factors as well as what is known about the effects of the virus on children, namely that they are less likely to have symptoms or severe cases, less likely to get the disease, and less likely to spread it in comparison to other respiratory illnesses. However, the CDC will tell you that they have recently said that this data could be invalid because kids have been sheltered and we don't know the true effects on children. So here we go, bouncing back and forth, and the confusion that I think has been had. So then we get to the school boards, and then the school boards now have the pleasure of making that decision based on what the governor says, that the local school boards determine what we will be doing in the fall. And I include myself in that, of course, with you. You are not alone in that. I know that you will rely heavily on the recommendations from me and my staff. We will need to submit a plan for remote learning under House Bill 164. We have till July 31st, which has now been extended to August 21st to submit a plan. But again, that doesn't need to be approved for implementation. It just needs to go on the district's website with a number of descriptors. So we will be working on that plan as well once we reach a consensus, hopefully this evening. Just as some stats I'm going to share, but I'm also going to caution us on this. We've had a lot of talk about what other districts are doing. Every call I'm on, which is at least 4 calls a week with varying superintendents and groups. And we go around and we raise our hands and who's doing what. And I will tell you that I was actually quite startled at the number of districts that are going back 5 days. I've counted 14, 12 in Cuyahoga County and a couple just right in our surrounding communities. And that's just a quick sampling. That's the majority of the people that I've been on the calls with. We have 6 first rings going back full day. We have 3 that are considering the young ones coming back every day, and then the older ones a hybrid model. We have 4 considering hybrid models, and some of those districts that are going back full time are having desks 3 feet apart. Now, I will revisit that, and I'll wait till the end because there's something that comes into that. There are a number of districts considering after Labor Day, and again, with the weather considerations, and we've already addressed that, so I won't spend time on that. And then I've shared with you the survey results, and again, shockingly, and some of my colleagues are in the same boat, we all were pretty surprised that 50% of our parents prefer online learning. That was out of the 900 respondents. So clearly that's not even a third of our students, but that's what we've learned from our survey. Now, just to briefly share with you, and then I will come to a close here, the Cuyahoga County Board of Health webinar today, this was from the directors. These are their recommendations. Now, again, my staff has not heard this yet, but they said, and I quoted some of this, you should shoot for 6 feet in classrooms, but he recognizes that schools can't meet that. So then it becomes, you should strive for the maximum distancing. Okay. So the musts, though, we must have a plan, which I would hope that we would, and that schools staff must wear masks. Again, we know that. Local health departments, contrary to what you might be hearing out there, do not have to review and approve our plans, and quote, they trust our judgment. So they believe that we've been inundated with enough safety precautions. We know what they are, that they are not interested in seeing or hearing our plans, but they're there to help, of course. Transportation, big one, and a drum roll, because this has been our big question. And Mr. Stevens, this might be very helpful for you on both fronts. They recommend 1 student per seat with masks. So that is much more helpful than what we've been hearing. Then you can have 2 if they are siblings. So that would afford us, 40, 50, I don't know how many seats, 24, I think, seats are on the bus. So it'd be 24 students, maybe more if you have siblings. So if we went a part-time model, that would help us. That would probably be manageable. The face shields are allowed instead of masks. The recommendation is still a mask, but they also said, we shared the idea of teachers having masks, and they were supportive of that. And they said that some are even coming out with more, with better ones, if you will, for coverage. So they are coming up with a checklist also for putting together symptoms. The CDC also has one online and we've been using our own every day. Mr. Zagrafik is loyal at 6 o'clock when I get on my email. There's my daily checklist. I got to report in that I don't have a fever. And they did not, I will say this, what I was disappointed in, and this question came up with our teachers, which is if a student tests positive for COVID, and I think, Mayor, you had mentioned this in our procedures, there was no clear cut, other than we put them in isolation. We know that, and then we have to be very concerned about how our staff, whoever's interacting with that child, would be, and then, of course, following the disinfectant. So they did emphasize the importance of teachers taking attendance, and also that we do not contact trace. So that came up in this, and I can confirm that we do not do that work. And we have to be very careful about disclosing personal information of people. So the county takes care of all of that. They make the calls, and how they find out, some people, I learned this today, is that it's through the test centers. That information is shared. So you can't rely, if I want to try to hide that I have the virus, I can't. Because the CDC, the testing site is going to rat me out. So that's how they find out, and then they do the contact tracing. They are very clear. Schools do not get involved with that. So when that does happen, if we have a child, we can notify the Cuyahoga Board of Health, but again, that's already being done. But we have to reinforce to parents, and this is so critical for parents who are listening, if we do come back to school, that we do not send them to school sick. And I know how tempting it is. You have a little one who's not feeling well, but you got to go to work, and you think we say to our child, it's okay, you can try. Just try. If you're not feeling well, go to the nurse. Well, those days, have to be over. We cannot do that. And they could not emphasize that enough. And then they said it also, and I know a question came up about temperatures. They clearly agree that it's not practical for schools to stand and take temperatures. And one of the reasons, which is a good point, if I have a long line, now what have I done? I have people not adhering to 6 foot distance. I'm taking temperatures, and you can't get a whole school, even if you separate the entrances of 500 students, that would be very difficult. So they are emphasizing, again, parents must do that before the students leave, and we can put procedures in place for that. But again, we're not at home with these parents. And then the importance of parents coming to pick up their students quickly, that we've got to say again, that we can't have a child sitting in a clinic. And we all know, I know that as a former principal, I'd have students sitting there all day, and we simply can't have that. So those were the big ones. That's the big news that I learned today. And I think some of it was actually, I'm glad I had a small sigh of relief, and about 100 more questions added. But I did want to take some time to explain that to you. Also, those of you who are listening, parents and teachers, I can assure you of this. If your questions are not answered this evening, you will get a thorough explanation of what we will be doing. We need to first and foremost make the decision of what we are going to do, and then our planning begins. We've already begun, I should say. It will continue, but it's going to be far more detailed now. We can't plan in detail without knowing what we're going to do first. Granted, we have a nice framework, and we can pick up where we left off, and we'll be fine. But the intention is to communicate to parents, and I'll talk more about that at the very end of the presentation. But I don't want to waste any more time. I'm going to turn it over, I believe, to Dr. Johnson, who will start, and then at the very end, I will come up with some summary and some next steps.
Dr. Summer,
Yes.
before the committee that you have to address some of those issues, address the back to school plan. One thing I would want to say is that you had mentioned about the transportation piece, to a seat, those type of things. And I don't know if maybe Jerry or maybe John or maybe one of the, was it Pat, supervisor of transportation was a part of this. But the other day there was a Zoom regarding transportation, and Pete Japinski was there. Jerry, I don't know if were you a part of that? I don't know if you were or not, but they did mention that the 2 seats, 1 seat to a bus or regular routine depend on your community. If your community is high risk, has been high risk, known to be high risk, then there was moderate risk, meaning that 1 to a seat. Okay.
Actually, you're right, Mr. Stevens, you're right. Mr. Carney, Pat did share that with me.
Right.
There was a high risk, a medium, a low, and then you're right, they went over each
That's
one.
right. So my thing is, if we decide to go, and Pete Japinski mentioned, if you go with 1 seat to a bus, you're defeating the purpose of transportation. Why are we transporting students if you can only go 1 to a bus? 1 seat to 1 seat for each kid, 1 child to each seat, and staggering the seats, because that was explained as well. What's the purpose of having transportation doing that? You might as well just have the parents to come in or whatever it is, or just not have transportation. But then once again, the other areas, 2 to a seat, go come back regularly, depending on if your community is known to have this high risk of COVID. So those are the things that you got to take into consideration. I mean, it was a lot of great information regarding transportation. I'm pretty sure that Pat will probably bring some, or if he haven't done so already, but it was like 196 of us on this here thing, and it was very informative. So before we say 1 to a seat, then we probably need to start looking at some of those factors based on how we transport the students as well.
Yeah, and this illustrates a perfect point, what I opened with, which is the confusion. you get one answer from one entity and you get another answer from another. And this is what they recommend. I will tell you that superintendents in the southern part of the state are going 2 to a seat. Like they've said that, and they're doing masks. Now I asked now 3 different calls. Has anyone heard that they've gotten rid of Ohio Revised Code is 2 miles, and you do not have to provide transportation for high school, but it's 2 miles for every other grade. And they have not gotten rid of that. And nor have they relaxed the requirement for us to transport parochial schools. So we are going to have to continue to do that. I know there's been some talk, there's some lawsuits out there going regarding funding in private schools and all of that. But in the meantime, you're right, there was that.
Mhm.
And again, he said specifically, that's what's recommended. Some districts are doing 2 to a seat. And then he talked about taller students on the bus.
Mhm.
So we're going to have to figure that out. But I will tell you, if we're talking about 7 kids on a bus, we will not be able to do that. But we also can't say no to transportation.
Mhm.
So if we're going to go that route, then we really need to rethink how we're going to.
And even how to load on the bus.
Yeah.
From the
They start
rear
from the back,
to
go to
the
the
front,
Right.
and then how you get them off the bus from the front to the rear.
Exactly.
So those are some key factors, and I'm pretty sure that Pat will adhere to some of those.
Mr. President, the
Yes.
suggestion was made that the board should consider changing their transportation policy.
Mhm.
Maybe adopting a statement. Yeah. Set of problems. Just to-
Right.
So some kids would have, well, access to, didn't have high school transportation. And you have a lot of paved roads. So safety factor.
Mhm.
It's just not as easy as municipal roads. It's just very tough.
I bet it is, but once again, they're the consultants from the state, and I get it, and there's all kind of options that are out there. So other than prolonging it, I just wanted to share that, and you can just go right ahead and have Ms. Dr. Johnson,
Okay.
whoever.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson, you there? We haven't lost you yet?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. And we might need to turn her up. Okay. All right. We're ready for you. Thank you.
No problem. Good evening, Board President, Vice President, board members. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to provide this time for Jerry and I to have our teams review our recommendation that we had for Dr. Selico and the board. Just on this first slide, I won't read everything to you. That's one of my biggest pet peeves with PowerPoints and presentations. But we have this first slide here in terms of our mission, vision, and core values as because our ultimate goal of any plan that we devise, we wanted to ensure that the recommended plan would encompass what we believed as a district. As we move forward, it was very important for us to reflect upon this mission, vision, and the core values of the district that had been established over the past year. In order for us to do this, we can go to the next slide. We had asked ourselves, what are our non-negotiables? Where will we draw the line in the sand to best ensure that we are doing what is best for kids under these crazy circumstances? So as you see here, equity has been our focus in the district. Surely we have to think about the educational environment, the safety for all members of our learning community. We have to think about those high risk factors. As you know, our kids come to us every day with various backgrounds and needs, and we have to take that into consideration. If we're talking about equity, we're talking about all kids, regardless of their economic status, their disability, or their achievement levels. One of the things that I think James has done a great job of over the past 3 to 4 months, with your support as a board, is providing that technology. And James will talk a little bit later about that. And as you can see, the other non-negotiables here. But one of the most important things was we talked about the learning. I know you have a lot of questions. The parents would have a lot of questions, is that we know that, I think Mrs. Pattern talks about this, when you learn better, you do better. So we really have to focus on whatever we do moving forward. If we do have a hybrid model, a remote model, even if we're coming back, we talked about essential learning competencies, which include the cognitive skills, the problem solving, the knowledge application, the creativity, regardless as to what our model would encompass. We talked about what we needed in order to support those non-negotiables. How do we ensure that once we draw that line in the sand, we can ensure that things are in place? So we had to take into consideration the instructional minutes, again, the safety, the environment, the curriculum and instruction, the technology. We had to look at our staffing numbers. You know, how many teachers do we have? How many supports and resources do we have? We had to look at our overall master schedule and the course requirements that the students have to complete before graduation. And how are we going to continue to communicate regardless as to what we do with our staff? How are we going to get feedback? How are we going to ensure that we are all on the same page as we move forward? And then based upon those non-negotiables, we talked about the things that we must consider for all students and staff in order to have a successful return to school. So again, the student-specific content time. We talked about the prep and the actual work day for everyone involved. As some of you had alluded to, and in the mayor's discussion about the class sizes, based upon the ever-changing CDC guidelines, we've really tried to stay up on top of that. We've been sharing articles, we've been in webinars, we've sat in on a lot of different networking events with other communities to just really try to make sure that we're on top of things as we look forward. Earlier this evening, Dr. Selko presented to you an adjustment in our school calendar. And also we had to work very closely with our teachers unions as well as OPSI. We have to really think about that as we ensure all the safety concerns for our return to school that I think Jerry or John will get into next.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. The Return to Work Committee quickly realized that for staff and students and parents, if they did not feel safe coming to the buildings, that would be problematic. And even if we did everything we could to provide a safe environment, still some would choose to stay home. They still would not feel comfortable in sending their students here. So we had to look at both of those eventualities as we prepared the plans and suggestions. So the issues that the speakers reiterated tonight were not lost on our committee. We certainly discussed all those in our Return to Work Committee. Since then, we've consumed volumes, pages on suggestions, recommendations, experts, salespeople selling us products, trying to sell us products, showing us how their product is the best, how it can help us. We've done all that. And what we know is that preparing the buildings for a safe return is in progress right now, has been, but it is an ongoing process. It is going to always be a work in process till the day the students come in the building, should that be what the board decides. So we have expanded our quality assurance cleaning program. It's been in place for years. We have expanded that. We have purchased additional high efficiency sanitation equipment that you see listed here. Mr. Summers will speak more on that later. Everything else on the list here should not be surprising. It's things we've already talked about. How can we make the buildings as safe as we possibly can for the students and the staff as they return? So you can look that over at your leisure, and Mr. Summers will now give an update and explain to you what a quality assurance cleaning program is in the COVID day and age. Mr. Summers?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here for this. A couple of things to start with is the quality assurance program. We've had that in place for several years. It's detailed, outlined, and what we've done is we've already added the COVID guidelines to it. That will require additional cleaning. One of the things that we're required to do is every 2 hours we're to circulate any occupied areas. We're doing that at the high school and at the administration building right now for those people, and that's to wipe down high contact areas to help those occupants. We have changed the cleaning program as far as additional training is coming for COVID response because we have new equipment coming. We have We will have cordless equipment, hopefully here, and that allows for a little deeper cleaning. It's has about a 3 to 5 minute dwell time, and it dries and goes away. That really helps us out. One of the things you should be aware of is that prior to us calling school in March, Mr. Myers and myself had gotten together, and we had secured a product that is non-contaminant to all laptops and everything. It's the same thing that the Cleveland Clinic uses, the sanitizer. It's applied in a spray bottle. The good news is we don't have to buy it ready to use. We can buy it in concentrate and dilute it ourselves, and thus save money. So we're looking at those kind of options that are out there. We have hand sanitizer stations to address everybody at the entrances. Those are going up as they clean those areas and go through. We have had hand sanitizer in, I would say, 98% of the classrooms throughout the district for the past 7 to 8 years. So that's nothing new for us. The face mask, I've heard that come up several times. We already have a stock. Went ahead when the governor was talking Thursday. I secured some because I had them on the hook for that. So those are there to at least get us off the ground for all the teaching staff. And if we need more, then we can work through that. Plexiglass shielding for secretaries and other guidance people, administrators, and potentially other areas that we're going to need them have been surveyed. We know some quantities. Of course, this could change as everything changes. But at least we got a starting point. Some have gone up, and next week you'll see probably quite a few in the next 2 weeks go up. To reinforce and try to put people at ease, the state has put this into a thoroughly clean and sanitize your school environment, which means clean surfaces frequently, close attention to the high contact areas or HCAs. That has been presented to you over the past several months. I think Jerry has sent it along in his notes about the things we've done on that. And use appropriate disinfectants. We're lucky to be part of the purchasing consortium, and that has helped to defray our cost on that. And we've been cautiously optimistic some of these prices will be coming down as supply chain moves forward. One of the things that we also have ordered, we have currently have 9 water bottle refill stations in the district throughout our buildings. We have ordered 16 more, and we'll upgrade those throughout buildings in order to have more areas where kids can refresh their own water bottle, which is they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to use a public drinking fountain. They're supposed to bring their own water bottle. Health and safety signage, of course, you can see that's been ordered now that we have some clarity, the arrows and the social distancing and those kind of things. That's been ordered and it should be in. I do want to mention extracurricular activities and athletic events, working with Mark Zofka. When the Ohio High School Athletic Association released their 3-prong plan on their different tiers, and what that came about was step 1. Mr. Stevens, you're aware of those, but we developed a kind of a crash cart that we could use throughout all our facilities. They have appropriate hand sanitizer, appropriate sanitizer for equipment, wipes, and other needs that a trainer or somebody can use, and those can be wheeled anywhere that we need. We have 2 inside the high school and 3 outside around the stadium, so they can go to different grounds, and 1 up the Heskett for future use there. The coaches have done really well from what I've seen. They've monitored the kids coming in that they have, the student athletes that are there. They've done that. That's been successful. In the stadium, the groups have complied. They have our groups have complied. They've gone through. So those activities from ours, as we take these baby steps, looks like they're moving forward in a positive way. I could go on and on and on, but I think that gives you an overview of some of the things that we're looking at and the training and the education that we put forth to try and make this as safe as possible. Jerry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Summers. I want to commend Mr. Summers. He took the time to train the staff in all these new procedures, and he has also set up third-party training to a couple of providers that we've been using in the past. So as our employees get better trained in utilizing the equipment and the material that they have to clean the buildings, we will be approaching a more safer building environment.
If I may weigh in on one last thought with this, so everybody's aware of this. When you clean and prep a building at night, as soon as you open the door and the building is open and you have 1, 10, 15, 80, 100 come through, the building has to be treated as you've got to address those concerns under these current guidelines to make other people that are in those buildings and going to be using those areas safe. And one of the best analogies I've heard for this so far came from the Cleveland Clinic the other day from a webinar from them. It's as simple as the elevator button. You push the elevator button, you're in the hospital, you push that, you go upstairs to the 3rd floor, you push another button, you get off. You have a choice as an individual. Do you go wash your hands, or you stop at the hand sanitizer station and hit that and then wipe your hands? Because somebody's not going to stand there and wipe that stuff down after every use. So that's a reality of where we are with what we got. And we're trying to mitigate those exposures by properly placing resources throughout the district in order to accommodate our occupants. Thank you.
Just want to chime in right quick. I'm glad to see, and most schools are going to this, which is that microstatic mist and sprayer from Clorox, and that will alleviate a lot of time consumption when it comes down to the disinfecting the actual classrooms or whatever rooms that's being used. I don't know how many of those are you guys end up purchasing, but I tell you, it will come in handy in the time consuming when it comes down to disinfecting these classrooms. So that is one big factor that I must say that most schools need to have in order for that to take place. So just wanted to
I agree,
mention
Mr. Stevens, and the CARES money will pay for that. And the good thing about that is, once this crisis is over, that will still have use and utility in our buildings. So it's something we'll use for years.
That's right.
Thank you. Next, we would like to talk a little bit about the options or the plans that we discussed that could be possible under these circumstances that are in alignment to the CDC guidelines as well as the local health department. Basically, the 3 plans, we'll go into each of those, and I'll have the members of the chairs talk about each of those options under those plans. We've broken that down into grade bands, pre-K 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 12. In addition to that, we had a subcommittee that talked about the technology and communications, as well as the SEL, and Diane will talk about preschool. She'll kick us off with the preschool. But first off, in terms of the plan A, that would be everyone back just as normal as possible in consideration of the COVID-19 crisis with the guidelines from the CDC and the local health department. Beyond that, with Plan B, we broke that down, and that would be a hybrid model, meaning some remote learning as well as some face-to-face learning. So at this time, I will turn that over to our subcommittee chairs, and they will go through option B. But that has been broken up again by the grade bands. So Diane will kick that off, and then we will go to Aaron, who was the chair of the primary group. Mary Catherine was the chair of the intermediate. Kim took the middle school, and Chris and Carla took over the high school. And in addition to that, we did have teachers work with them up until June 4th to ensure that we had some collaboration there as much as possible before going into the summer break.
Good evening, Board President, board members. Thank you for allowing us to speak with you this evening and share the recommendations that we came up with. So for Plan B with preschool, it's really not a blended learning option. With preschoolers, for those of you who have young children or young grandchildren, you know that developmentally, it's super important for young children to have routine and consistency. So what we're recommending if you go with this option is that for our 2 full-day preschool classes, we would continue to operate our regularly scheduled hours, Monday through Friday, but we would be reducing the number of children that would be in the classes. So pre-COVID, we were able to have 18 children in each of our full-day classes. At this point, what is recommended, or actually the mandate by the state, is that we can have at most 9 kids in our preschool classes. So for the full day, we would be down to 9 preschoolers for full day, Monday through Friday. Also thinking about, the logistics for our families and for childcare, babysitting, other childcare needs. If we start mixing things up and going a couple of days a week, it just gets tricky to provide that consistency for the kids. So that's our full day program recommendation. And just as a reminder, the full day program is for general education preschool children. So then we also have our half day preschool programs. And the half day programs historically have served preschoolers with disabilities as well as typical peer models. So our recommendation for the half-day programs is that we would no longer include typical peers so that we could reduce, again, the number of children in a classroom. And we would, instead of the children coming for half days, 4 days a week, we would have Group A coming on Monday and Tuesday for a full day. And then Wednesday would be an off day. And then Thursday and Friday, we would have Group B coming for a full day. And just another little reminder for you, we have always had a day where we didn't have students with the half-day programs. And on those days, we're conducting our preschool evaluations and meeting with families to develop preschool IEPs. In terms of curricular needs, I think I kind of went through most of this, the developmental level and the need for routine and human interaction. I don't know, maybe Mrs. Boynton had some experience with a virtual Zoom with a bunch of little kiddos when there's 20 of them on a screen and everyone's trying to talk at once. It's a challenge. So in the event that we move to 100% virtual learning, we would of course embrace that and work with the kids in small groups and provide short instructional sessions for them at scheduled times during the day.
And speaking of that, before we get into the pre-K, the K3, kind of what you said, Diane, should we have to go back on fully online? We felt that regardless of what we recommend or we decide, based upon what has happened and the feedback that we've gotten from our parents, almost 50% talked about remote learning for their child. So in this day and age, we believe regardless as to what we do, probably from here on out, we'll have to provide some option for our students for remote learning. But also, should there be another spike where we have to shut down, we need to be prepared to have a smooth transition back to an online world. And in addition to that, you talked a little bit about the special education piece. Rashida will get into that a little bit later as well in terms of our caring for our students with disabilities. Karen?
Just interesting, you said 50% of the parents are in favor of online learning. We did our lottery for the full day preschool slots, and everyone that was chosen accepted the full day slot. So that doesn't apply to preschoolers.
Right.
Good evening, President, Board President, also members of the board, and also Superintendent Selico. I wanted to go over what we came up with for K through 3. As you know, I'm the principal at Glendale. This represents both buildings for Central and Glendale. We looked at the hybrid model and the scheduling. What we came up with and what we would like to recommend is that we would have one group of students come in, and let me preface that by saying a group of students is what we can reasonably social distance by whatever recommendations that we choose to go with. So we would have Group A come Monday and Tuesday, and then we would have Group B come Thursday and Friday. Wednesday would be an off day. That day would be designated to cleaning the building. Also, that wouldn't be a day lost for our students. We're going to use that as a time for teachers to follow up with students and work with families. Also, we have a number of meetings included, but not limited to teacher-based teams, the multi-tier system of supports, building leadership teams, faculty meetings, as well as IEP meetings would be included in that time. So those Wednesdays where we would shut down for cleaning would be well spent. I'm gonna go into the plan for and the curriculum. James, if you can. Okay. So for our curriculum plan, we considered many things. I feel like our district has already been hard at work doing some of these things to push our curriculum forward. But with the help of the curriculum department, teachers have been working on unpacking standards as well as vertical alignment. Teachers will be prepared to address essential content that students missed during the closure and include new learning at their grade level. We do recognize that new learning for all of our students is very important. We continue to explore online options. However, we too believe that teacher contact, whether that be in person or virtually, will have the greatest impact on student learning. We discussed we have a number of positions which you guys have approved through the board, which is the Title I positions, but we did talk about how we would use those Title I teachers. And students who are on those off days, we are looking at ways where staff members can work with the children on those off days to provide some small group instruction. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, I know that through the comments that we had during that session, people were concerned about the Chromebook one-on-one. That is also our recommendation. However, we do realize that some of our youngest learners and students with special needs will need developmentally appropriate devices that they are able to operate and navigate. That may not be a Chromebook, but I know that when we get to technology, that Mr. Meyer has thought about those things as well. We are recommending that all students use their own personal supplies. And at the elementary level, we have what's called sometimes community supplies where children are sharing. We do not encourage sharing anymore. All items that belong to students will be bagged and labeled, and students will only have access to their own materials. This goes also into special area classes, arts, music, PE, technology even. We are looking very closely at when those classes are taking place, whatever materials the students are using will either be individual materials or materials that can be cleaned safely. And that is all I have at this time for the K through 3.
Good evening, President, Vice President, members of the board. A lot of what you'll hear from grades 4 through 6 again is echoing what Aaron said. There was a lot of discussion between grade levels as well to try to mimic what we do in the primary to the intermediate and then the transition to HESKIT. We also are recommending that students attend 2 full days in school and work remotely 3 days. Group A, Monday and Tuesday. As Aaron said, Wednesday, the schools will be closed for cleaning. Again, staff will work, have office hours, still make touch with the students. And again, possibly having our teacher-based team meetings, our building level team meetings, our staff meetings, our multi-tiered support meetings on Wednesdays. And then Thursday, Friday, our second group will be coming in school. Our curriculum needs, again, we do have online textbooks for English language arts and social studies. We do have our textbooks for Eureka Math and for science. We will need to assess students' academic levels as they come in the building this year. And we're going to have to continue to monitor those academic levels. As Aaron stated, we have been looking at instruction and what students have missed. We are really going to have to place high value on instruction and prioritize high value lessons and activities. We are recommending possibly a 6 to 8 week class cycles for our special areas. Movement in the building will be streamlined. And this includes restroom breaks, class changes, breakfast and lunch. And then, of course, we saw the calendar earlier, and then our recommendation is that the first week back, our staff will be in planning for remote learning and the blended model. You'll see 1-to-1 on here again. We'll need to be ready and equipped for rolling closures throughout the year. Our remote learning, we should set clear guidelines and expectations. And we did say that we feel that student and parent training is needed no matter what platform we use. As Erin stated, I'll just echo what she said. We will need independent supplies for students, no more classroom community supplies. And that goes across the board. And I also put in there possible outdoor learning spaces for a hot day option. I believe that's all I have for grades 4 through 6.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President, members of the board. This is Kim Sturlikar, sorry. Used to say Mrs. Sturlikar, and I have a plan for 7-8 that I would like to share with you at this time. James, thank you. So for our school schedule, looks a lot like what the primary and intermediate buildings will be. Again, based on numbers, we will probably have the 7th graders come Monday and Tuesday in school, work remotely Thursday and Friday, and 8th grade will switch. They will work remote Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday in school. But again, as schools, as you've already heard, will be closed for cleaning on Wednesdays. Teachers will still work and have office hours for student support, family support, PBTs, and again, as I think Aaron said, it's a laundry list, but yet there's not clear limitations of what that may look like based on our needs moving forward. Our curricular needs, the next slide. We are and have been already 1-to-1 Chromebooks. We would need to look at what that looks like for 6th graders because that would be fairly new to them. But we would look at, most importantly, as stated before, that there's already been the kind of put into place already the streamlining of our curriculum maps. But now I think it's important to make adjustments for those essential skills, what are pertinent for face-to-face learning versus what is pertinent for virtual learning. So there may be some adjustments to those curriculum maps. We would need to also talk about how we would pre-assess our students at the beginning of the year. I know that that's been really talked about K to 12, although may not have been highlighted yet, but it's definitely something that we are looking at. The mayor did make mention earlier about skills that are lost over this time, and it's not to go unforgotten at this point. So we would look at how we're able to make adjustments for testing for pre-assessments, pre-assessment testing at the beginning of the year. Our biggest concern also was looking at common platforms and programmings across grades and subject areas, to which we have already discussed with Ms. Willis, as well as we have the ISs at our building. We would have to look at how we are scheduling students. It would look different, and I'm sure you'll hear a little bit of that from the high school then at the 4 to 6 world, because we do offer our high school accredited classes, and we do want to make sure that students taking those specials have that as a priority for them. That we would be placing students in pods during the day based on their specials, based on also their curriculum choices, whether they may be taking an advanced math or an advanced English classes. And there would also be numbers, obviously, based on students that are choosing the virtual option. Lunches and breakfast would be served brown bag based on their home-based pods. And again, that depends on students coming to school. Hallways will be labeled as one way, although little movement would be consideration, because we have teachers moving in and rotating pods rather than students moving to teachers. So that would be something different and new. Our technology needs, obviously, we would need those students to take those home every day with them because they would be doing that part-time virtual. So they would need their charger as well as their Chromebook each day. We have our materials are already virtual for our students. However, already mentioned by Mary Catherine, and again, as with Aaron, those lab equipments that would be needed for whether it's online or whether it's virtual, we may kind of labeled for students and based on what they need when it comes to manipulatives. I would just mention other considerations. We talked and they will probably talk about signage, breaks to be used for students. As you know, probably a little bit of my concern is students in the middle school are very social. They like to hug, they like to touch, that's just the nature of the beast of a middle school kiddo. So we would have to do some training with parents and students before school on that, but we would like to utilize outdoor space. We do have space at the middle school. We have that middle corridor, but I'm sure we could create outdoor space outside of that as well. And then restrooms and other breaks based on pods and staggering. I think that is all I have for you at the middle school level.
Just to clarify before Mr. Thompson and Ms. Robinson talk about the high school, one, I know we have a limited time, but I do want Kim to spend 1 or 2 seconds on, you use the term pods. So I just want to clarify that for those that aren't in the field right now. But also I want to just clarify, when we talk about Wednesday is not a free day. I really want to spend time just really driving that home and clarifying. Every day is an educational day. Every day is important for our kids. So I really want to make that clear that learning will occur 5 days a week for our children. So even though we work with Pat, he talked about the busing piece as well as John in terms of the consistent cleaning. Some very deep cleaning must occur when there's a change in kids. So that's why we had that consistent day as a Wednesday. But also we wanted to clarify that the kids will still have remote expectations and responsibilities for learning as well as our staff. But Kim, could you just please spend like maybe a couple of seconds on clarifying that term pod?
Yeah, so, and I agree with that Wednesday. It's also important that we utilize that Wednesday for looking at, we spent so much time with TBTs and looking at assessments to drive our instruction. So that's important as well. But when we talk about pottying our kids, again, some of our kids are taking high school accredited classes like Spanish, business foundations, computer applications. Those are very important for them to get that year long in there. So we need to group those kids together. Also, we have to look at our specials because not everybody is taking, because this school year especially, we were using the wheel as a way of giving kids an option for multiple experiences across those extracurricular classes. And we do need to be able to look and organize those students in those kinds of groups based on some of those selections. It's not the same. Not everybody, at the middle or at the 4 to 6 world, everybody gets music. Everyone gets this. But at the middle school and high school world, that's not what it always looks like. So we will group their kids because we want them to have the best experience based on what they chose of interest to them. And for that reason, we would pod our kids to give them the opportunities that they want, as well as the opportunities to have a variety as well.
Thank you.
Does that clarify, Dr. Johnson?
Yes, thank you. Chris? You're muted.
I have to unmute myself. Thank you. Good evening, Board President and Board members, Dr. Selico. Ms. Robson and I will present our recommendations to the board for our hybrid plan at the high school. Our school schedule, as you can see, will be students will attend 2 full days of the week, designated by their last name. And on the days they aren't at school, they will work remotely. So with week 1, for example, Monday and Tuesday students, last name A through K would attend. Students L through Z would be working remotely. As everyone has said, on Wednesday, schools would be, the physical building would be closed for the deep cleaning, but teachers would have scheduled office hours for students, TBTs, opportunities for professional development, BLT, staff meetings, etc. Then on Thursday and Friday, students L through Z would be here in the building, and students A through K would be learning remotely at home. What we wanted to do at the high school, just in looking at survey feedback and feedback from parents, one of the big things that they said is they wanted to try to have students get more face time with their teachers. So if you look at week 2, for instance, on Monday and Tuesday, we would start with our L through Z. So students L through Z would be there from week 1, Monday through Friday. Then in week 2, they would also come in Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday would be the cleaning day, BLT day. And then that Friday, we would have our students A through K who would come in. And then going into week 3, A through K would start, and L through Z would finish up Thursday and Friday. Mr. Myers, if you could go to the next slide, thank you.
Good evening. The majority of our textbooks used will be, already online for our students, so we won't have to really worry about that. Teachers will need to look at pacing guides and the standards to determine what to add into additional support for our children. Content area teachers will need to use gap analysis, which they have completed as a staff. Use that data to start the school year to review and try to fill in the gaps of information and standards that were not covered while we were in COVID. We will continue to review our survey data to determine the percentage of students who prefer face-to-face instruction, blended and full virtual instruction. We just reviewed it again today, and our numbers had increased in percentage phase-wise. Lunch and breakfast will be in brown bags. Locations will be the cafeteria and our auxiliary gym. In order to be effective as well as safe, students will be divided within the class so that they will have 2 days of face-to-face instruction weekly. We will make sure that we utilize pre-assessments in all areas to be given and determine current student skills and performance levels and what needs to be covered
going into our school year. Students would enter and exit the building in certain locations. We will make sure that we have staff available at those times, make sure safety of our children coming and going. And we will follow, of course, all safety guidelines. Lockers will not be used this year at the high school. Additional training will be needed for staff with the online component. We want to ensure that everyone, especially same content areas classes, are doing the same thing and using the same programs. We are also currently working with all the schools in the consortium for our CTE courses, and we will follow the guidelines from our local colleges for our students who are in CCP. Consistency with schedules for all students is important. Students will follow their daily schedule if they are face-to-face or maybe virtually.
And then the last slide with technology needs, we're recommending that we be one-to-one with chargers so students can take them home daily. Additionally, as Ms. Robson said, professional development for staff, students, and parents. And Mr. Myers had talked about a Google Parent 101. Supplemental material needs, as everyone else has said, there's going to need to be individual student materials. So look at supplemental readings and journals for English language arts. With science, I'm looking at online lab simulations versus, in class simulations, as well as math manipulatives for our students. I believe that is all that we have at the high school.
Just in terms of Plan C, I think I talked a little bit about this before. Should the board go with Plan C, or if we are in a situation where we have a spike in cases and we need to have a stay-in-place order again as a state, we just feel like we need to be prepared in general. We talked about the fact that I think as you've seen, regards to the grade band, they talked about a one-to-one technology option for all kids based upon their needs. But this time around, it would be definitely much different. We truly believe, as the research has shown, is that students need to be engaged with their teacher. So this will be remote learning, new learning, based upon the standards and the guidelines that are set before us. Next, Rashida will talk a little bit about the special education piece. She'll just touch on a couple points.
Good evening, Mr. President, Vice President, Superintendent, and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak with you about our students with special needs. Much of what you've heard from the principals also include our students with special needs, but it's important that we continue to deliver specially designed instruction that is aligned with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So we will continue to work, our general education teachers will continue to work with our intervention specialists and our related service personnel to ensure that we are co-planning to co-serve and co-teach our students in a manner that is aligned with Universal Design for Learning, which includes small group instruction, one-on-one, utilizing evidence-based strategies, accommodations, and/or modifications. To speak specifically about students with special needs, we did take a look at our data over the last quarter, and we identified that many of our students in our special education classrooms who have multiple disabilities, significant cognitive disabilities, or significant social emotional behavior disabling concerns, they really do need to be in school as much as possible with their with their teachers. We've had some challenges with some of these kids in these classrooms because they have some challenges with learning online due to some of their special needs. So we talked about if we have a hybrid model, if that's something that is permitted by the board and by the state of Ohio, that we would have those kids in school as much as possible. And what you heard from many of our principals is that we would be in school 4 days a week with 1 day virtually. So those students in those special education classrooms, we're proposing that they come in 4 days a week because we can definitely social distance in those classrooms because those classrooms are very small comparatively in general. Also, we have, our students will continue to receive their related services. If they have speech therapy, occupational therapy, or physical therapy,
If we're in a hybrid model, we will deliver those sessions for students in school face to face. But we also maintain the option to, deliver those services via teletherapy, video conference, or teleconference, as the state of Ohio has given us direction to do so. We will take into consideration our students who are medically fragile. Those students, we have to take into consideration their health conditions. We have to take into consideration CDC recommendations, as well as parents' comfortability. So we will have meetings to discuss how best to deliver instruction with those kids that is aligned with what the recommendations are. During the mandated closure, we were able to identify ways to complete special education evaluations, in-person evaluations, by petitioning the Cuyahoga County Board of Health, and we received permission to get those evaluations completed. We will continue to provide, reevaluations, triennial evaluations, initial evaluations that are aligned with Ohio Department of Education, as well as CDC's recommendations for pulling those kids in and providing those face-to-face interactions. And what that would look like is, hand sanitizing, face coverings, plexiglass. We put together a very comprehensive plan so that we could evaluate students to the greatest extent possible without compromising any health conditions. And in regards to our IEP meetings, ETR meetings, if we were to decide to have meetings on campus, we would, socially distance. We would, have masks if that's what the method that we chose to use. Otherwise, we will continue to have our meetings virtually, utilizing Google Meet or Zoom or some sort of teleconference to ensure that we are staying compliant with special education guidelines as outlined by the state of Ohio. And that's all I have.
Good evening there, everyone. My part is to talk about the social and emotional learning considerations. As you know, the state of Ohio has recognized that social emotional learning is a valuable part of education. It's part of what we are looking at in terms of how we will do that in a variety of different methods. We are, like Rashida just talked about, utilizing some telehealth. We are doing some wellness checks. We are doing small groups. We're also providing some support to our staff as well as the parents virtually. We have created a resource page that is on our website currently for our staff and students and families. Our goal is to continue to research some SEL programming that helps support the learning of our students. And we will continue to be working with our community-based stakeholders in order to provide social emotional learning supports, whether we go virtual or face-to-face. It's pretty well simple for me. Go to the next slide, please. We are currently working on some partnerships with our community-based groups to help support some of the needs of our students at each grade band, and specific to some things that we have seen over a period of time. Our SEL team that includes our school counselors, school psychs, mental health therapists, and our social workers will be looking to provide as much support as we try to navigate returning back to school and what we're going to do when and if we see a spike in COVID.
One of the things just before James jumps in is, as you can see, we really just tried to have that consistency and taking and just thinking about the families and ensuring that there are supports for all kids regardless of their needs. With that being stated, I know there were some questions, not just about the core areas, but also our specials. So I just really wanted to just clarify that for all of our specials, and that was some questions for the teachers as well. We have talked about no lockers being used. We've talked about minimum movement. So specials coming to the classrooms, as well as lunch and breakfast in the classrooms. So those are some things that we talked about in order to have some consistency, as well as with the transportation and really trying to look at the siblings as much as possible. We talked about, I think, Oakwood Village, and some of the other, and Walton Hills, and how can we work that out to ensure that transportation and the routing is coinciding to be fiscally responsible, but also supporting our families when necessary.
All right, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, James Meyer, IT Director for the district. Technology being essential for all of these plans, given what we've experienced through March, remote learning is essential if we're unable to get people together. And we are very fortunate in this district that we have had a technology plan, and we've been working on it for the last several years to go to a one-to-one environment by 2023. COVID-19, unfortunately, came a little sooner than that, but what that resulted in was that we were able to move these things forward. And a big thank you goes out to all those who worked on the plan and to our teachers who were so accommodating through all of this at-home learning this spring, and all of their feedback on the technology that they've used, how things have been going. And I have to thank our parents as well. We sent out over 1,000 Chromebooks to our parents in March, and never before have we had to add parents to our daily support tasks. We went from having maybe 1 or 2 parent phone calls a month to dozens a day as far as getting the technology and getting it to work. So our next, in all of 3 of these plans, technology needs to be ready to provide equitable access to technology, equitable access to learning. And those 3 parts of that would be, 1, the access to the technology itself, to have a computer, to have access to the internet, to have access to working technology that's best to learn. That means a Chromebook for some, that could be a touch screen for others. We have to accommodate all of those different aspects that would amount to access. The next is training. We already have some plans in place to provide a Google certified parent course so that our parents who are doing at-home learning and in general managing, looking at information through things like Progress Book, through Google Classroom, through Wonders, all of these online curriculums, the parents need to know how to do this so that they can help manage that learning environment at home. And then lastly is that support, the ongoing support and inventory. So we need to make sure that we know who has our technology, how it's working, and making sure that they have a place to go to get help so that they can keep those devices online so that the learning continues whether they're at school or at home. So that's kind of where we're at in technology. Again, we're very fortunate, and we're looking forward to continuing to help these efforts.
Thank you, James. Final slides. We're heading into home here. I appreciate, as James had mentioned, the efforts of all of our staff and all the folks who were involved in the committees. They truly have been working very hard and giving of their time to make all this happen. And while we've covered a lot of ground, we still have a lot of ground left to cover. And so what I'd like to point out to you are just a few things that are still left to consider that we will be working on, and a couple things that I want to mention. First off, we were discussing, we have had some discussions about shortening the school day, particularly for elementary students. This is if we go to the Plan B, which is what we concentrate a lot of time on, which is the hybrid model. And that reason being perhaps some time for the teachers to touch base with those that are working virtually, if we structure our day correctly, if we let them out early. Again, that's just being discussed. We have not gotten that far yet, but it's something for consideration. We also talked about parent training, so I won't spend time on that, but we are working on ways that can happen. We are planning, this is an important piece that did not come out, but planning for a virtual academy, if you will, for students who won't return to school because of their personal choice. So if we choose to go with the hybrid model and parents are not comfortable sending their students back, then they would have this option to do a full online curriculum, which again would lead us into some staffing implications and ways in which we would man that. And we are in the process of exploring programs for online learning, and we've narrowed it down to a few, but want to solicit the input of teachers before we make a choice. We also are looking at live streaming lessons. So what would our capabilities be? We have devices in which they have iPads with that are remote, if you will, and follow you around the classroom. So as the teacher's instructing, it would follow you. And could we potentially have live stream lessons for our students who are not in school those days? Something we want to explore. Definitely a cost attached. I had Mr. Myers do some calculating on that. There's a cost attached, but something we want to explore at all levels. And then staffing in schools, how are we going to handle the teachers had mentioned this as well that called in. Are we going to give teachers a choice about remote versus being in person? And she's right. I know of districts who are giving some of their staff that option, but again, we're not quite there yet. but something to consider. And then which options for providing parents with internet connectivity. So it's one thing, and to alleviate some of the stress for our teachers who asked, and you'd heard from Mr. Meyer a little bit, but we are in the process of purchasing one-to-one for all Chromebooks for all students K-12. So that will be taken care of, and that was, again, a large commitment of the CARES money, CARES Act money. So we were able to do that. But we are also looking at equity as an issue as it relates to hotspots. We did a survey. We know the number that need hotspots or internet connectivity, and we're finding ways that we can make that work for our parents, and we will pick a method here soon enough. We know we talked about transportation. Again, we'll not belabor that, but we definitely have a lot of work to do there. And then preparing for substitutes in the event that staff members take FMLA or use one of the 6 reasons for not coming to work related to the virus. And so I know that came up with our teachers. We are equally concerned about substitutes and the challenge that will present. Our next steps, I want to mention also that we did not, I was in contact today with the YMCA, who has requested some time with us to see if we will have after school and before school care. And frankly, I would like to see that happen. I think parents are going to need that, especially in light of what's happening, if it's going to be part-time, and understanding that parents are still working. So they are working on measures for that, but we will have a sit-down meeting with them. So I just want parents who are listening that we are considering the YMCA that did not make the slide. And our next steps, briefly, just want to let you know, certainly communication. we will be a big one. That we want to communicate to parents, the staff, the community, and we are talking about putting together a video or a narrated plan of what that will look like. And my goal, again, we're up against the clock here, but I am hoping by the end of July, no later than the first week in August, that all staff and parents will have all of these, well, most of, if not all, hopefully all their questions answered, but a much more detailed report of what parents can expect and students can expect, and staff, when we return in the fall. And then we will reconvene our committees starting tomorrow, no, probably next week, to get our committees back together and to probably expand them to include more staff members, particularly teachers as it relates to instruction. So we will get those going. And board, I want to remind you, we have to create that policy for masks, and we have to submit a learning plan. That will just be on me. I will provide you, of course, with a copy. It doesn't need board approval, but we do need to create a policy for masks. And we will determine staff and student needs. Again, we talked about that. And then just the plan that we will need to, the planning that we will need to do. And lastly, I want to remind viewers that I know this is a very long meeting, and if you have friends or family that have probably put their children to bed by now, this will be online. We will provide the link. It'll be on our district website, so you can tune in and encourage others to do so. We will keep it on TV and our website. Thank you.
Wow, that was quite a bit, but
it was
thorough. You guys put a lot of work into it, and this is a lot of work to be considered. Is this time for some questions from the board? You may have some things you may want to, I guess you could say, roll over and think about or whatever regarding the plans, but there's some questions that you need to ask regarding the plans. I do have one based on the lower level students that's looking at being virtual, remote. I'm concerned regarding the monitoring based on being online. And just being able to make sure the kids, who's going to be there to monitor them. That's my concern. Who's going to be there to monitor them? I mean, they're just, you're looking at from the kindergarten up to at least up to 6th grade. Those are just my concerns regarding the evaluating, making sure that they're, who's going to be looking at the information? Is the teacher's going to be doing it and monitoring on a regular basis? Who's going to be monitoring this on a regular basis if we go that route?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a great question, and have a concern myself about young ones and having to monitor what they're doing. We certainly, our goal is to have teachers in contact with students as much as possible. So we recognize in the parent survey, and we recognize when this was kind of thrust upon us, that there were some gaps in the sense that they were off doing the work on their own and not checking in with teachers as frequently as people would like. So we definitely want to address that. Whereas, and that some of that live streaming I was talking about, if we're able to manage that, that would be a great thing. Whereas students who are almost in the classroom, they'll feel as if they're in the classroom because they're watching their teacher instruct. So those are some of the things that we're trying to address. Definitely more teacher time, FaceTime, and this live streaming is a great idea if we can make it work.
And I'm surprised. Well, did I hear that the survey that went out that parents wanted the kids to be remotely and at that level?
Approximately 50%. Does anyone remember specifically at the different levels?
I am so surprised at that. How
Around,
can I'm very surprised at that.
Yeah, I do remember that she said preschool said the same thing, but then when she did the lottery, everybody wanted to come. So
right, that's right.
And were parents working and those type of things? And
Yeah, I think Diane said not the preschool, but overall, Mr. Stevens, it was 50%. I just think that, as we've talked about, I know Dr. Silico said, let's, try to avoid the legislative part of it. I think, it is sad that parents have to choose, education over safety. I just think that they're a little bit concerned right now. We'll have to send probably out another survey as well, because you never know what might change in 2 or 3 weeks to get a little bit more feedback. But I think we were a little bit maybe surprised too at the earlier grades, more so than the secondary.
I mean, I can see. I would even be concerned regarding the middle school from K all the way up to 8 at that stage. But I can understand the 9 through 12. But that's just me, and just curious regarding that. That's all. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Patterson.
We say we're gonna rely on the parents to take the temperatures and send the students to school.
That's what the CDC or the Board of Health recommends.
Are we providing thermometers to those parents?
No.
There's machines that are becoming available where you can be doing 30 to 50 at one time in the classroom, just on one shot. I'll get.
Actually, we have Jerry. Is that what you sent to me today?
Yes.
$7,000 or something? Or
We would need multiple.
was it? Say it again.
7,000.
7,000 per machine. Yeah, I saw that today come in.
Yes,
Am I up? I've got a few. If you don't mind. First question. When do you want a decision on this? Is this going to be up to us?
Well, so what I've refrained from doing is formally saying we recommend. I mean, I think if you were, obviously kind of following where
We'll get
going.
around to that. I guess I need to know, do we need to
I
make a
mean,
decision tonight?
Obviously, the sooner the better. I think parents are waiting, staff are waiting.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're prepared. We spent a lot of time on Plan B, and I think what we can handle and do well as best we can is the hybrid model. I don't see how we can get 5 days a week in, and all remote makes me very nervous not having contact with students.
All right, with that being said or asked, I want to go, I got something on almost each page. Diane, on the half days, how many kids were allowed at the half days? I missed that. I'm sorry. Did you hear me?
So, yeah, I can hear you. So the half-day program are students with disabilities, and we have 8 children in a special ed preschool class at a time.
Do you have the preliminary numbers for preschool right now?
Well, for the special ed preschool classes, we're looking at 5 or 6 kids to start. in each of the classes. So we have 2 teachers. So we would have 2 teachers teaching on Monday and Tuesday. So that would be 10 to 12 kids there then. And then the same 2 teachers teaching Thursday, Friday, and they would each have 5 or 6 kids.
And that's strictly preschool.
Strictly preschool students
Okay.
with disabilities, and that's at the start of the year. The numbers will go up as the year progresses, as they always do. And then we're also providing itinerant services for preschool as well, where we have a teacher who's going to be doing some work with community preschools and daycare centers.
Okay. Thank you. I guess this is in reference to all 3, or 3 or 4 grade levels, the plans. I'm looking at, and each one of them, there's 2 days on, the kids are going to be in school 2 days and off 3. My question is if social interaction with their teachers are so important, if the consensus is that that's an important issue, why not 3 days?
Well, the reason for the rationale that a lot of districts are doing this 2-1-2 model is what's been recommended, that you keep, number one, keep students in cohorts. So Monday, Tuesday, you have the same group of students. So you have those children. And then Wednesday, you have a deep cleaning day. And then Thursday, Friday is another cohort of kids. And then on the weekend, you have another deep cleaning day.
Which brings me to a question that tells me that if you got to have a deep cleaning day, then we have a real problem anyways. Just a thought.
And also don't forget, Dr. Selico, the other 2 days that the students are at home, it's remote.
Right. No. I don't mean to imply that they're not going to school, Dr. Johnson.
I knew what you meant.
Excuse me, remote with what and with who?
Well,
Meaning they would still be connected to the classroom, not just physically sitting in that classroom, is what I know a lot of the principals had talked about. So it's not like what happened in the spring where you just kind of are doing on your own homeschooling scenario.
Okay. Thank you.
Kim, on grades 7 and 8, you say based on the numbers, we would assign some teachers to be virtual only. What numbers are those based on? Is that based on teachers or students?
Student numbers. I mean, I guess both too, right? So right now, the last survey, 50% of my parents replied, give or take. And of those 50%, it was about 50-50 again. So if, so we would have to, as Dr. Johnson said, do another survey getting closer, because we would have to know, if you don't respond, what your option is going to be at that point too. So, we would cohort, and I think Dr. Johnson and Dr. Selico probably talked to the union about who would be virtual teachers and who would be non-virtual teachers. So I think that's a little bigger than my pay grade, but yeah, it would have to be, because I'd want consistency, and I think Chris would feel the same way too with that. So if you're a 7th and 8th grade student and you're coming on Monday and Tuesday, you have the same teachers Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So that is your group of teachers and students are together, and the vice versa for the 8th grade. And then if you're a virtual only kiddo, you would also have that same teacher or teachers virtual as well, so that there is some consistency for the students.
Yeah, what I plan on doing is what, if we do make a decision this evening, I've already drafted a message to parents, obviously fill in the blanks after this evening. But one of the things that I asked them to do and state that in the next week or 2, we will be sending a commitment form. Like, we don't have time to wait too much longer. They've either got to commit, and I shouldn't say many, but a few parents have reached out to me, or I saw one in the store last night that was, sharing her concerns and wants to keep their children at home. So what we need, they already know that, regardless of, what safety measures we have in place. Parents have already said, I don't care what that answer is. I'm keeping my child home, which is, of course, they're right. But what we're going to ask them to do is commit to online or hybrid for a semester. And it has to be a semester because the way the programs are designed, we can't have people coming in and out. That wouldn't be good. So a lot of districts are actually doing a commitment of a semester for online academy that we were talking about earlier.
Chris, you've got the first 3 weeks laid out here in the plan. Is that the format you're going to continue throughout the year?
Yes, sir. That'll follow throughout the year.
Okay. This is for everybody. Is the way we grade our students going to differ from in-person to online? You've got two different animals there. You can't use the same.
I would say, based upon if we're speaking of equity, regardless of if a student is at home or at school, they should be receiving the same level or rigor of curriculum, because we are not going to incorporate what happened in the spring. So we still need to, you know what I mean? So we're supposed to be supplying or providing that same level of instruction, because it will still be face-to-face. You won't physically be in the building, but you still would be in class with the teacher on your days, just virtually.
So the fact that they're not in class and they're going to be online won't be used as an excuse for not getting their work done?
No, because still, I mean, because yes, they would still have to have the same expectations and standards and the same curriculum, the same, pacing guide, all that would still be the same. Especially say at the high school, Algebra 1 online should still have the same curriculum content as Algebra 1 face-to-face. Especially if we're talking about GPAs and class ranking, it should be all the same.
All right. Because I wasn't real happy with the way that we graded in March coming out through the end of the year, but I know that was extenuating circumstances, and I understand that. This thing that we're facing has turned into a political football. We all know it. May not want to agree to it or admit it. I don't understand why we would even consider going partial. I mean, it's obvious we're not going to open up the schools for everybody, and you have to show up. I think that's not in our best interest. I don't think anybody would do that, or anybody's even thinking of it. We already know how to do the virtual. We're already set up for it. It's going to need some tweaking. I guess I would be more sold on opening up to virtual half and half or whatever, to split seasons, so to speak, is if we knew what we were dealing with. There's not an expert out there that can tell you what this disease is doing, how it works, how it acts. We open up these schools, and within 2 months, we may be closing it right back down because we don't know. I mean, DeWine did the right thing months ago when he shut everything down. Things calmed down, and he was getting all kind of accolades for shutting the state down. And then we open it back up, and things start to peak. Things start to grow, and now things change. Procedures change. It's going to continue until they find out what this thing is all about. So why do we have to do what every other district is doing? Why can't we err on the side of caution? Keep the kids. We already know of all the surveys that I read that we've gotten from our administration was right around 45, 55, 40, 60, 50, 50, 60, 40, whatever. The only one that was over 75% was the staff that wanted to do virtual. And it was based solely on safety. These teachers want to be with their children. If you don't want to be with your children, you're in the wrong profession. And these teachers are dedicated. They want to be with the kids. And I get that. But they also want to be safe. One of the first things in this is providing a safe, supportive learning environment. And we do a real nice job keeping these kids safe under normal circumstances. And it's a job under normal circumstances. This isn't normal. This isn't even close to normal. And we're supposed to provide and assure the parents that these kids and staff are going to be safe. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. We know that. We've seen this. You know, look at the brief history of this disease. How often has it changed? We've all experienced it. You know, I don't get it. What's changed since March? Our first reaction in March when this hit was close everything down, and it worked. Now all of a sudden, people are getting antsy. We're social animals. We're meant to socialize. We're meant to interact. I get it. But at what risk are we willing to take that to? You know, I mean, like I said, if we open it up, and in 2 months we got to close it back down and go through all this again. If we don't open it up, start virtual, and things they get an antidote or a vaccine or something, and people feel safe. People feel safe. You can open it back up, or you can do virtual or whatever. Take a look at this. Thank you so much, staff and administration. It's a lot of work. God bless you. You did a great job. A lot of information, a lot of time. All right. But you look at it, half a page for plan A, half a page for plan C, and the rest of it's for plan B. And it's not complete because it's going to continue. You know, still left to consider. Everything left to consider, almost everything left to consider, is based on plan B. Parent training, planning on virtual academy, staffing in-school versus virtual days, transportation, preparing for substitute. All that is eliminated if we do not open these buildings. We go all virtual for at least the first 2 months, the first quarter, or till the holidays. Pick a date. I don't care. Let's make a plan, stick to it, let the parents know so they can plan. If they have to get babysitters, whatever it has to be, everybody has to sacrifice. We're in a national calamity here. Nobody's held harmless in any of this. And I think we're spinning our wheels. I'm sorry to say it because all the work you guys did, and I truly do appreciate it. But, you know, what if we would take it to the teachers, take it to BEA and say, would you be willing to come into your classroom every day and teach from your classroom virtual every day? All right? Regular hours. And the students would have their opportunity to contact the teachers at that time. It'll be like they're in class. The social interaction, how much social interaction are you going to have between plexiglass, masks, and 6 feet? It makes no sense. We have to get back to logic here. This is not logical. We're not dealing with this logic. And I may be stepping on some toes, and I'm sorry to say it, but I wouldn't be doing my due diligence as a representative on this board is I'm reading the statistics and I'm reading the surveys from our own people saying, I'm keeping my kid at home, and the staff would rather teach virtual until we got this thing under control or the country gets back to semi-normal. I mean, we need to take a stand. We need to take it now. We need to act now, get these parents on board, let them know where we're coming from, and tell them why. Don't beat around the bush. This is not pretty. And everybody's going through it, but everybody's going down through that same road because DeWine says this or Trump says that. And that's why it's a political football. Hold back funding. Give me a break. You talk about lawsuits. That's not going to happen. It's a ploy. It's a power play. It's bullying. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry that I have to take that stand after all the work you guys put in for this. But to me, it makes no sense to go any other way than to keep it shut We know how to do it. We can tweak it. We can even make it better than it was at the end of the year. And go with it. Because, it may happen again. And like I said with the mayor, we can't deal with what might happen. We got to deal with what's happening right now and read the history of what this has done. What this disease has done. It has never stayed solvent. We haven't been able to get a finger on it. So why take a chance?
Thanks, Tim. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other comments regarding this?
Real quick.
Go ahead.
30 seconds. I won't be the 30 minutes. I'll go with it. No, I agree with Tim. I've said it in emails to you guys. I think this is such a big animal and there's so many tentacles to it that every time I hear people talk tonight, it's like, geez, I didn't even think of that or this. I mean, it's just, this is a 1 year, 2 year project to sit down and think of everything. And I just have a feeling these school districts, the ones who say we're open 5 days, that they're going to be sadly back to where they were because it's just not going to happen. I personally believe, and with all the work that's been done, and thank you, administration, I personally believe if you start virtual and assess from there, that's just the way I think. That's just my opinion. I just think there's so much stuff that kids who want to stay home, kids who want virtual, want to come to school, parents want them home. You say you have half and half at school, half remote. But what happens if half of that half is supposed to be at school, wants to stay remote? It's just, it's just, to me, I look at it like, with what's going on and now the spike, virtual is the best way to go. But thank you.
120 seconds.
Hold on, Mayor.
It'll be 120 seconds, that's all.
Huh?
Just 100, all I ask for is 120 seconds. 2 minutes.
Give me 1 minute. Go ahead.
Mr. Thompson, in the 9 through 12 plan, you have students on Monday and Wednesday for the first week, A through K coming, and then the second week they come Thursday through Friday. Why is that?
So one of the reasons we wanted to look at doing that would be if, teachers were introducing new information, then, they would be able to see students for 4 days. They'd see them, for instance, on a Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. That would allow for some of that. And that's something that we threw in at the end. Initially, we just had it. We kept it pretty simple. We kept it A through K, Monday, Tuesday. Thursday, Friday was L through Z. And we had talked to some other folks around the state that were doing some things like that. And so we were just thinking, how could we, what could we do that would put our students in front of our teachers more consistently for X amount of days? And that was the reasoning behind that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, one of the things that we had talked about was doing it that way could become confusing for students. But if it, stayed at, Monday, Tuesday, then students would know every Monday, Tuesday, that was their day. And then the same for the students that were Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I think it's confusing. I can see maybe the first 5 weeks you having them come Monday to Tuesday, and then maybe the next 5 weeks the L through K can come Monday to Tuesday. But I think back and forth, weeks, it's confusing, especially for 9th graders.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
And I would just add, and I can appreciate that comment. I looked at that too, and that's kind of the same thing, like where I'd have to write on my calendar for my child and when he or she is going. But some of this stuff too, and that's why we wanted to just be open about that. Some of this is subject to change. This is a framework. This is what we can present as of now, but we will be doing some fine tuning to some of this. And Mrs. Patterson, I would say that's probably one of the things we fine tune.
Ms. Boyd, go
I
ahead.
have so many questions, and I'm not going to ask all these questions. I'm not, but I would love to have answers. I didn't know we were sharing what plan we wanted. I didn't know that was happening now. So I am going to stick to just a couple of.
Ms. Boynton, I'm gonna ask you to speak up a little louder or,
Probably take this
that's
off.
fine, thank you.
Okay, you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go right ahead.
I'm so sorry. I do speak softly.
Yes, you do. That's that elementary school
Yes.
voice.
Third grade.
Third grade.
So,
Right.
I think I'm going to the K-3 question. And as you mentioned that title on Wednesday is BLT, TBT. Is that also DLT that you're going to change? So are we still doing the TBTs and BLT? I think that's.
Oh,
what
it'll
my
still be
question-
part of it, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and you said, someone said, wait a minute, who's the person? Aaron, you said Title I teachers would work with the students on those off days, which I'm sure that's Wednesday or mostly Wednesday for a small group. What are they doing the other days? The days that they're on, are they working with those children then? Or are they just working with them on the off days?
Yes, that's quite likely. We would like for them to work with them. Well, it depends on which model we go with, but let's just say we have if you are at school 2 days and then you're out of school 2 days, we feel like we want the students to have contact with an adult. If we can make the virtual happen, then children will be in the classroom and feel like they're a part of the classroom. However, if for whatever reason we can't make that happen, that would be a great way to utilize the Title I staff. So we do, but the original purpose, if I can just go back for Title I, was for our Title I teachers to be working in the classrooms with our teachers and with our students. We do realize that we're trying to minimize the amount of exposure that children have to different adults. So if that won't work, then we would be using those Title I people virtually.
Is that every day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Plan B, grade 7, 8. If a family chooses to have their child taught remotely, will the class size be the same as the face-to-face?
So not necessarily. So once they choose whether they're going face to face or they're going to go remotely, that's when the size of the pods will be chosen. So at the middle school, I have a little bit of a difference than some of the other buildings. I can open up some walls. I have walls that can open up to be 4 classroom sizes, so I can accommodate larger groups of students, still at 6 feet of distance. I have some that can be doubles, and I have some that can be singles. So again, it would be, the pods would be based on their specials and also their classes that they are taking. And then that would determine the size of the groups.
So it's possible that the remote class could be much bigger than the face-to-face. And I'm just wondering how engaged that group would be remotely based on numbers.
So if I mispointed, yeah, Mrs. Sterlicar, let me address this, because I think, well, until we can really get the numbers, and Dr. Johnson will lead she typically will give guidance to the principals on how big class sizes are, because we certainly want to make them manageable. And I know the challenge, I've sat in on several throughout this process of the remote classrooms and how that can be, and I'm watching it now in summer school. But I don't know that the principals can necessarily say per se, come from Dr. Johnson more so. But we want to keep them small. I mean,
Right. I'm just very.
Yeah. No, I know why you're asking. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Because it's just crazy. Yeah. It's seriously. Yeah. You have children all over the place when the class is really big for a remote class. Yeah. Families may choose that thinking it's idea.
Yeah.
And it really isn't. Right.
Yeah.
Unless you can really manage that.
Yeah, I would say the summer school that I've sat through are going fairly well, and they're about 10 to 12, and those are little ones. They're actually not too bad, and a lot of parents are in the background too. You can see.
Where are the counselors? This is for grades 9 to 12. Where are the counselor in monitoring the children for graduation? I know we had some concerns before about that, and now if the children are remote, where are they in all of this? It's hard for me to even imagine all of this going on and all these bodies doing this. And it's not going to be like it was in March when kids are going to graduate again. I just think that we're going to lose a lot of kids that way, not graduate, not meeting their needs when we do this. So we got to really look closely at the 9 to 12. Although we said that, I've just heard a lot that, they would do well remotely. I don't know how well they would do remotely.
Well, I think for me, and I totally respect all the viewpoints, and I know this is such a hard decision. And one of the reasons, believe me, I think the easiest, and believe me, if there's an easy model, I don't know, would certainly be the virtual. Like, we wouldn't have to go through all of this. This hybrid is going to be a ton of work, and we recognize that. But my concern for children, me not seeing children at all, only through a screen, frightens me for any age. I don't feel comfortable allowing any age child just to take that ownership on their own. It frightens me. And I think a lot of my colleagues feel the same, that the importance of at least seeing a child 2 days a week is helpful. And I think that's why we aired on it. And so to answer your question about the graduation, part of the reason having those children at least 2 days on site, you can have some contact. But certainly, regardless if we're remote or not, there's expectations that these students are tracked and graduating.
Okay. And for Rashida, if I'm correct, you said that children with disability will be in school 4 days a week. How are we looking at the LRE for those 4 days? Or
well, it would be for the kids who are in the special education classroom. So our units, our emotional disturbance units, our multiple disability classrooms, those kids who are already designated in a smaller classroom setting.
The same classroom, okay.
Yeah, so, our multiple disability classrooms really don't have more than 8 in one instructional period. Our emotional disturbance is 10. And we think it's best if we can easily social distance with those kids every day if they're here, and we have a better option of providing or delivering special design instruction because their needs are so unique. We found that we had a lot of challenges with those kids virtually, and a lot was put on parents for therapy, teletherapy, all of those kinds of things, especially if they had physical needs. The only challenge would be our medically fragile students. Those kids, we will have to make individual decisions based off of their health needs, their parents' concerns, as well as CDC recommendations.
So our children that are in the inclusive classroom will continue to get the support from the intervention specialists when?
Yes, they will continue to co-plan to co-serve as they always have with the general education teacher and our related service personnel. And we put together some really great training for teachers this year so that we can improve their ability as best we can for them to co-plan together. So, whether they're remote, 1 day a week and in class 4 days a week, we'll continue to deliver instruction that is individualized and within the UDL framework.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And for technology, who's going to support the parents for Google Parent? And how does that look?
Well, as of right now, that's just an online coursework that we're working on that would guide parents through a series of steps that would get them more familiar with technology.
So it's just independent, but they can call you? Or
Correct. And then what we're doing with our help desk services, we're opening that up to make it easier for parents so that if they call and leave a message, it enters our ticket system. There's a whole bunch of things that we're doing to make technology support easier to access for parents.
And those working parents just working all day, and they have questions because a lot of this, parents will be working and they have these questions. Are you available after those working hours? I guess my questions about that.
Right now, we'd have to see what that looks like as far as what the demand is. We don't have anything in place for after-hour support right now, other than we can flex time our employees if that support level is needed to work later in the evenings.
I'm just basing this on my own personal experience from March until May. Oh my goodness, I was working so much just helping parents after they would get off work, the parents that were essential workers. And it just becomes, it's a lot. But we have to be available if we're going to go completely remote, because families are going to be working. And if we're going to provide this, it just can't be a box check. And that's why I'm asking that question. I have more, but I'm going to stop now. And
I have one more.
if I needed to,
And I don't know who this goes to. I don't know if it goes to Jerry or who. On Wednesday, they're talking about deep cleaning. So what kind of cleaning are they doing Monday through Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday?
But the recommendation is to deep clean twice a week. So by doing one midweek, we can do one on the weekend, not disrupt the classroom activities or remote learning. Deep cleaning would be the use of the machinery that we're going to buy that will sanitize and in a larger area in a shorter amount of time.
I'm wondering if John, I asked John this exact question, so, and he answered it for me the other day. So John, do you want to talk about the difference between the two? And Jerry captured it, but a little more detail for the other days.
Sure. Deep cleaning terminology is being thrown around. That is the use of the ionizing machines and the misting machines and getting through a whole building and not just addressing the high contact areas. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, you would look at, restrooms would be done. The whole procedure for them has been changed. So that addresses more time. You would go back on when you have downtime. This allows you to go down through all the halls, catch all the surfaces, and get deep with it as far as using the misting machines and the equipment. That's what's gonna really drive it, to see how fast you can move and how much ground you can cover. I caution you, you still have 950,000 square foot of building to address across the district, and so I think we're engineering ourselves to be able to accommodate that.
All right, my second question for Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, is winter be coming? What are the kids going to do with their coats, hats, boots, and stuff, and their personal items that they kept in their lockers, especially females?
That's a good question, Ms. Patterson. And we actually talked about that a little bit, and we said, initially starting out, we would not have lockers. But we knew that as the weather got colder and, depending on the number of students that were coming in, we may have to use lockers, or even within the classrooms find a spot. But that was one of the things that we talked about with backpacks. And we talked about your athletes too, who, have to have their shoes or whatever that they bring to schools and stuff. So that is something that we have on the table to talk about more when the weather does get colder.
Well, even if the weather is not cold, we have kids with pre-existing conditions that may have to have a jacket or a sweater because they get cold. What are they going to do if they don't, where are they going to put their things?
Right now, they would just carry them with them to class.
Well, I thought we had a rule that certain things can't come in the classroom, like book bags and stuff like that.
So then I guess, Dr. Selko, that's something we'll need to talk about then, if we're not gonna be able to use lockers or want to use lockers, then we'll need to address that.
We actually, Dr. Thompson, I don't remember if it was with you, but I see Dr. Johnson shaking her head, because we already actually did talk about this, and we talked about foregoing that code part of the code book. I mean, I don't think there's any way around it. If we're not going to have lockers, they're going to have to carry a book bag with them, or a coat. And from what I understand from the high school administration, kids do not utilize their lockers very much. That's what I've been told anyway. Mm-hmm. So, but they are going to have coats, and we would have to forgive that rule. Mm-hmm. And I know a parent brought it up to me, as well as a staff member tonight, about the dress code. So, those are other considerations that I don't know with the hot weather or with the masks. Is that something that we want to look at, allowing kids to be more comfortable? I don't know. And it would include bringing stuff along with them. Yeah.
And it was based on process for cleaning and our concerns for that. How would that be handled by our staff, our custodial staff, who are, have to do extra procedures each day? How how would that work with cleaning of the lockers?
Right. And that was the issue. And that was the reason why, you know, it's imperative too. I know some of you talked about, I know if it was Rob or Tim, about having everybody back. I mean, it'd be interesting to hear how some of those districts are going to do that, get the cleaning done. But to have minimal students as possible under the CDC guidelines so that you wouldn't have to also then clean those lockers because it's coming and going. We talked about kind of the sack, you know, the drawstring bags, you know, that just say, you know, Bearcats on it or something. Maybe that's something that we supplied to the kids, whatever you can put it, you know, because they still could put a jacket in there. That's one of the reasons why we're minimizing the textbooks. We already don't have enough for every kid for some of the subjects. So they can't pass the books along anyway. So you would have the electronic books, the online books, which we already have access to. But that is something that we did talk about just under these circumstances, just like I know our dress code says you shouldn't have face coverings or head coverings. I mean, if our policy is a mask, you're going to have that. So along with that, with the book bags, that's just definitely something that we might have to come before the board and ask for some adjustments or changes, or thinking about, can they have at least a drawstring bag to put some of their personal items in. But I know speaking of having a high schooler, I will tell you, I know the pediatricians don't want to hear this, but having a high schooler, he never goes to his locker. You should see what he has stuffed in that one little bag that he has that he goes 9 periods for. But when we shut down and I said, oh, you need to go to your locker and get stuff out of your locker, there was nothing in that locker, which shocked me.
So in the handbook, so we're gonna have to do some correction in the student handbooks.
Yeah, and I think one of the caveats when we approved the handbook, I kind of gave a little disclaimer that we might have to make some changes, and if we do that, if they were substantive in nature, I would bring them back to you. So we haven't printed them. Roxanne asked me the other day, and I said, nope, hold off, because I think there's more changes to come. So
Don't have to change everything if you keep the kids at home. That's the problem. Every time you got great questions, but every time you bring up a question about Plan B, it raises 2 more. And it's not going to stop.
The Dr. Selico, now this may put you on the spot or not, I don't know, but you have 9 of your staff members, 8, 9, who was a part of this plan. And it looked like Plan B for all levels is the plan that is being recommended.
I would say that is what we are most comfortable presenting to you.
Okay.
Yes.
And you are comfortable with the Plan B, and this is the direction and the recommendation that you're coming to us with based on what your administrators worked on.
Yes, it is.
Like I said, the only concern I have is that K through 8, being really K through 6 being virtual on their own and those type of things. Like I said, I'm surprised that took place in that way. But so you're asking for a vote regarding this plan that you guys.
If the board is comfortable and prepared to do that, yes. If not, if you're not prepared, then I would imagine we'd probably want a special meeting, because I don't think we want to wait 2 weeks.
Board, what's your thoughts?
I would like to, maybe we need to have a special meeting and just digest this again. I mean, I looked at it before and.
Has anything changed your mind at this point in time based on later on down the line, or is there anything that you need to discuss, be aware of between now and then that would change your mind? Miss, okay, Miss,
if out of these 3 plans, out of those options, Plan B, because there's face-to-face for all the children. I agree with Dr. Selico. I cannot stand it that it's all virtual. I was hoping to see another plan, even when you sent this out. Maybe especially focusing on K-5, coming to school every day, using all the buildings, and maybe going virtual. That would have been another plan to look at. And I don't know what was discussed, because everyone has worked so hard. And thank you so much. You guys done a very good job. And I too, like you, look at so many plans that the other districts are putting, especially one I work in, but other plans that's probably part of the first ring. This plan looks very similar to some that I've seen. So, I mean, if we were looking at just these three, I'm okay with some little tweaks that needs to happen, and some questions that I would still have. But I would have rather seen more time face-to-face with K-5, my personal opinion, but I could probably.
Mr. Kennedy, your thoughts?
I've said it before to a few of you. I definitely think kids need to be in front of the teachers. I don't think right now is the right time. I wouldn't, Plan B is not my first choice. But what is my opinion is we have to make a decision. All right, it might not be my favorite choice, but I will support what we go with. But these teachers, these administrators, they need an answer. These parents, they need some direction where they're going. And we can't wait for another special meeting a week from now. And that's just my opinion. So whatever we go with, but we got to do it.
And Dr. Selico, just to keep in mind, if we do go back, if there is a change or a recommendation for the younger kids to go every day, then we would need to look at staffing, which could be costly. So then so there would be a lot that we would need to consider on that end.
Well, and I know Mrs. Boynton was asking the question, I didn't really get into it, and I can, but it really was around staffing. And some of the smaller districts that are able to do that, like I've picked their brains a little bit, and the amount of staff that they need versus what we would need, it would be, we can't do it, financially, even with CARES money and all that. There's no money that's going to help us be able to do that and maintain those small ratios. Yeah, we did look at it.
Are we using a system for the remote learning? Asked you that
like a
before.
platform? You did, yes.
So have you decided on a system?
I had mentioned it earlier, but I know I threw so much at you. So the platform, we've explored several. I got a number of them from surrounding districts and what people are exploring. We've narrowed it down to a couple. And then what we're going to do, well, we're in the process of sharing it with various teachers at different levels for them to look at them and vet them and give us their opinion. So we're close to choosing one for the online option.
Yeah.
For parents who choose online only.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Tim, where are you regarding this? Going around asking the board. Saying, what I'm asking you is, will postponing this change your mindset for another meeting at all?
No, I agree with Rob. We need to make a decision, not just for staff and to continue to go on whatever way we're going to go, but the parents. Parents got to know.
Okay.
More so than anybody else. Okay. So I mean, that being said, I think I made it very, very clear. And if I haven't, haven't done my job where I stand in this whole thing.
Do you go over that again?
Yeah.
And
don't even try it, Rob.
And so that hasn't changed, but I will support what the board direction they want to go in. And I promise I won't say I told you so come January.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Okay. Ms. Patterson, can we move on with the vote? Thank you. Okay, board members, I would like to get a motion to approve the return to school option B plan that's being submitted, recommended to us from Dr. Selico and her cabinet.
With some tweaks.
With some adjustments, tweaks, whatever you plan on moving forward. Can I get a motion, please?
Move.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Patterson,
Second.
second by Ms. Boynton. Shouldn't be any questions or comments, but questions or comments? If none, please call the roll.
Mrs. Boynton,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Aye.
Mrs. Patterson, Mr. Tench,
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy.
Aye, with reservation.
Okay, motion passed 5-0. That's where we are right now, Dr. Selico. So whatever tweaks that you need to take, please do so. And we'll move on from there. Thank you once again, administrators, for your hard work and your commitment. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, do we still need to go into executive session?
It'll be quick.
Real quick. Okay, we're in the process. Oh, Mayor, I'm sorry. You had something to say for a minute and whatever seconds?
All I want to do is underscore again the overwhelming evidence that even with just the normal summer break, particularly your low to moderate income students are anywhere from 1 month to 3 months behind in their math or in their reading. Imagine what it has to be like now with the break that we've had. We're estimating anywhere from 9 months to 1 year behind. We have to do something about this.
Okay.
And you just can't do it by virtual learning. And secondly, the public school system in general in the country is failing, particularly our young men. You see this, you don't have to go through it, only Oakland and seeing now that there's even on simple medical service companies, which distributes things to seniors that aren't going to be going to a nursing home. They couldn't keep young men van drivers. We're talking 18-wheelers. They had a subcontract the agreement out. The women are doing fabulously. 60% of our college graduates right now are the ladies. What's happening to our young men? We can't, it isn't helping, you have to open these schools up in some way. Congratulations, Dr. Stover. They're working from the hamstrung of having unless distance protocol is changing. How can you operate a school with only 6 or 7 or 8 kids going on a bus? So that hybrid had to be the way to getting this thing going. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go into executive session, please. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
I'd like to make a motion in an executive session to discuss the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee, and to discuss negotiations.
Okay, that was second. Motion by Mr. Keith, second by Mr. Kennedy to go into executive session. Please call the roll.
Mr. Tench,
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy,
Aye.
Mrs. Boynton,
Aye.
Mr. Stevens,
Aye.
Mrs. Patterson.
Aye.
Okay, we're going into executive session at 10:07.